Plato said that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. Studies. We must know nature. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some hermetic too. We need to know nature.
Yes, peace. ATM Hotep, welcome to the Seshu channel. This is your brother Wujao Menib Eri Ma'at. Today is Wednesday. Technically, it's now Thursday on the East Coast. We're after 12 midnight. But we are hanging out late Wednesday night, just hanging out. All right. Just wanted to go live. Like I said, I always say it. You know, that's why you should subscribe and make sure you hit the bell and receive all notifications, because I like to do these drive-bys. As I say, I come out of the clear blue sky or the deep abyss of noon. So here I am, and I just wanted to hang out and pay attention to the chat, or anybody come on the panel and have an open discussion or Q&A about anything that me to speak on, give, share, or whatever the case is. So just want to do a volley with whoever's watching. I appreciate anybody who's watching. So shout out to everybody, all 7 million people who are watching right now. Let me actually turn this chat on so that you all can see the chat. Oh, peace to Niwa Sarah. Yeah, so the panel link is in the chat. It's pinned. So just hanging out for a while. Anybody's up late Wednesday. If you're like me, I don't watch TV like that. If I watch something, I'll watch it with intention. So like I'll watch Netflix documentaries, or if something's good, I'll watch it. I definitely binge on certain series, but I'd rather hang out and see what's on everybody's mind. So here I am, and just getting started. So I'm just going to hang out. So Niwa Sarah, if you're still in the chat, click the panel link, or if you have anything to share or questions, kick it off. All right, because I'm going to hang out for a while and just hanging. I'm on the corner, So he said, peace, hanging out late with the ancestor tonight. I see. Matter of fact, let me If I could put that out. Yeah, I can. All right, so peace, hanging out with late with the ancestor tonight, I see. True. He said, okay, let me think. You know, but what is see, you about to make me kick it off. What is an ancestor? Like, uh-oh. Starting with a heavy hitter. What is an ancestor? What is an ancestor? You know? I don't know if people really think about that because we say it so much. A lot of the things that we do so easy, so common. All right, I see you. Pop you up in here.
Peace.
Peace. Peace to you. Yeah, I mean, I just threw that out there. So what is an ancestor? So I don't know if you want to bite on that one or you got something.
No, I'll do that one since it just came up so naturally. Um, Straight off the top, I would say. Now look, I'm gonna say a few things, and I'm not ready. I can expound on them, but I know that's what you're gonna do. You're gonna
you
ask me.
you put a you put a disclaimer already
Yeah, I gotta do that with you. I have to, and
before the
rightfully
answer.
so. Okay, so let me just give you the answer though. But I would say an ancestor is basically it's a soul that transitioned and didn't come back to experience this life in the physical, right? And so they didn't come back to do that, and they actually dwell in the, I'll just say, ancestral realm, or the realm of what people would call spirits or the dark matter, or what quantum physics might call, like, they have so many different names for it, but that part, that huge part, that 90 whatever percent part that we can't see, like those atoms or whatever that we can't see but we know exist, and they try to give you different signs or different messages or whatever that you would call it, right? And so I'll just kind of leave it at that, not going too deep. And yeah, no, and so when I say the ancestors loosely like that, I'm referring to those who may work with us, like I was, not necessarily, I wouldn't say, I think spirits in a way are different things. Like if you have a picture of somebody, like I have pictures of my father, things like that, you can invoke like that energy. As even if you smell something like that you used to smell when your mother was around and she's not around anymore, that might give you the spirit because of how she was, the things she would say. So that would kind of represent the spirit. But I would say the ancestors are more so, those who didn't necessarily incarnate back into this world to actually dwell and sort of assist us in things that we may be doing. And it goes beyond that, because it would go into, maybe those who don't assist you. But when I say ancestors, I'm talking about, of course, those who are assisting us in our daily lives and are with us all the time. That's my
Okay.
understanding and my take.
All right. So let me see. We got Clumsy Chemist and Vyasa. Shout out to you. So the question I just threw something out there, y'all. What is an ancestor? So that was the question. What is an ancestor? And so now, Niwesara, as you were talking, I just jot down on the screen what you were saying. A soul that has transitioned, that dwells in the ancestral realm. But then you elaborate a little more on
Mm-hmm.
that. So now here's the thing. So now when we answer, because I mean, it's not a wrong answer or anything like that. But when we answer like that, we're equating. Okay, this is what we're doing. So let me just make this bigger so everybody can see what I'm doing. Let's see, how can I make that? All right, this is what we're doing. So we're saying ancestor, and then that's basically what you said. But this is what we're doing. We are setting up like an equation. We're saying ancestor equals a soul. First and foremost. And so you're saying an ancestor is a soul, but then you're explaining more about the soul. So you're saying a soul, but what about it? A soul that transitioned, and you're saying where it is. So it dwells in the ancestral realm. But what happens is when we do that, we gloss over soul so quick. So now it forces us to say, well, what is a soul? If an ancestor is a soul, and we have a clear understanding of what a soul is, then anything you say after that is still just going to be an unclear situation. You know, we might as well still put a question mark on there. So now you have to, it forces you to now explain what a soul is.
Right.
You see? And so now you have to do that. So what is a soul?
Just to do say something short and try to be concise as possible. I would say a soul. I would just explain it as, the part of you that incarnates into this body when you're born, the part of you that is probably consists of, again, like I mentioned, it's an energy, right? And then you're gonna ask me what an energy is. So it's like how can I explain this? It's something that's unseen. That I don't want to get too much into physics, but it's electromagnetic energy. It's what your aura would kind of be when they do like an aura reader, possibly, right? That could be your spirit. So how do I just define it? Some things are so hard to put into words sometimes, and you just have this general understanding. You think you have a general understanding sometimes, but when you speak of it, it's the context in which you speak of it which defines it sometimes, rather than you actually defining it. It's all about when you speak about it, in the context you speak about it, which gives it its definition, because it's something that's so intricate and complex that you could say this, but then you have to talk about what energy is, and right, but it's that part of you that goes into your body that's forever abiding, I would say, right? There's not temporary. It's something that's forever abiding. It's the energy that's not destroyed. It only transitions either back into another body or another experience, or possibly, like I said, the ancestral realm. So I just kind of leave it.
So, all right. So let's pause. All right, let's pause there. So just to recap, because I know, we kicked it off early. A lot of people who are listening right now weren't even listening. All right, so let's back up. So first of all, peace to everybody in the chat. Shout out to Everything is Everything, Brother Zane, Alexander Davenport. That's who I see that just joined us. So we're just hanging out. All right, it's Wednesday, late night, hanging out. Q&A, sharing, whatever the case is. So I threw out the question, what is an ancestor? And so you first said ancestor is a soul that transitioned, that dwells in the ancestral realm, that also assists and aids us and everything you elaborated on. But what I point out, though, this is what happens in any conversation dealing with this kind of things. We'll say things like, what is an ancestor? Well, it's a spirit that blah, 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 or it's a soul that blah, 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 blah. But then we won't be real clear on what a soul or a spirit is. So I'm just slowing it down, at least for that point. And so you elaborate on soul. So you said and I just put keywords, energy, it's unseen. It could be what people call an aura, and eternal, because you said it doesn't really have a time to stop or whatever, and so on. So now that brings up a issue or question, that because now remember we're talking about an ancestor, and so now you know how us as human beings, living human beings, we have a distinction from one another in terms of physical distinction. So you can see the edge of my body and the edge of your body or whoever and whatever is around you. Everything that's material around you, your physical limit or boundaries are distinct. Like that's why you can grab a cup, you can grab a bottle of water, because you are separated from that cup or whatever that you're grabbing and holding. So there's a border around you. So one question is, do ancestors who are souls, as you said, do they have a distinctive border that makes them distinct from another ancestor? So if you had two ancestors, is there something that separates the two where we can distinguish the borders of ancestor one and ancestor two?
That's a good question. I would say,
But basically, do ancestors have skin, for lack of a better word, not our physical skin,
oh,
but do they have a shell? Do
oh
they have
no,
something that separates them from each other?
no. They definitely wouldn't have skin, and I would say that when you go to that realm, it's not like a, you can imagine it, right? Just like you would have to, how we use different things. We personify things. We would, just for our imagination, just for the human imagination, we would imagine as if they do, but more so it's like a collective thing. Right? It's more so like a collective thing. It's not like an individual thing, and that collective thing could act as one. You know, so no, it
So
wouldn't be.
so this ancestral realm where
Uh-huh.
where you said ancestors dwell,
Mhm.
are is there just is it just one ancestor there, or is it multiple ancestors there?
Well, I wouldn't even, just for the sake of talking about it. I'm sorry, I'm eating lettuce, but I wouldn't say like one or two. I would say it's just a collective of energy, right? But we think about it. We have to imagine it in this human body, in this experience. Some
Hmm.
things that we have to wrap our mind around, and we have to do it in certain ways. So we're gonna look at it as that, but ultimately it's not that. No, they're not there like how we would see in movies. And no, it's not one. It's like a collective consciousness. It's a collective energy. I would say so.
So would you say what you're describing is like, let's say someone who is alive right now and then they transition,
Mhm.
and so their soul, are you saying their soul merges in an ancestral realm, their soul merges with the previous souls that have passed away, like it just merge and blend into this one gugob of collective energy?
Hmm. Uh, yeah, I would say something like that. Yeah, I would say something along those lines. Maybe not exactly that, but something along those lines. Because again, there's some things that there's just certain things that knowledge, you know, there's certain things that just knowledge can't eat, right? So I understand that there's certain things that knowledge can't eat. We're using our minds right now and our knowledge and all this reasoning, right? And all this logic. But these things are beyond this place that reason and knowledge uh, um, exist in our everyday life. So these things are beyond that. So us trying to even talk about this, it becomes difficult because again, words can be so much confusion. So that's why you say, "What does this mean? What does that mean?" Because you have to get a clear understanding. So when we do that, we get lost and it gets more confounding, right? And then being in this human experience, we kind of lose where we're at. So you're taking notes and catching up on making sure that you have noting everything that I say, but at the same time, we're talking about something that I kind of look at that, just as it has to take place amongst a certain group of people, maybe and I look at everybody that comes in this chat and comes on as close to exactly that. But I'm still saying that sometimes there's certain conversations that I believe should happen amongst certain types of people with certain types of understanding so it can get to the next level. So again, we can have this conversation that we're trying to have, but again, I'll just take it back and say that there's certain things that knowledge can't eat, because again, it's beyond reason and logic. Some things you can't, doesn't matter how many PhDs you have, how many research you've done. Certain things lie beyond that, and it
Now
does,
you
and it comes
know.
for a book. So
Now, now, now you know every. In summary, everything you said creates a problem, because the essence of what you're saying is that it's it's not knowable, and that creates a problem, because if it's not knowable, then how do you know it's not knowable?
no, no. So that's
Like,
not what I said. That's not what I meant by what I was saying. That's why I didn't say those words. I said it wasn't knowable. So when I said there's certain things that knowledge can't eat, I'm saying that there's things that you use with, but it's not based on logic and reason. So that's when I use the word knowledge, I'm talking about using logic and really reason. They go beyond reason. They go beyond logic. So maybe that's a better way of saying it in this way. So it goes beyond just the normal realm of knowledge, which usually comes from, well, good knowledge, which truth usually comes from, knowledge. So you base it off of, we have this proof and we have that proof. So sometimes, like when you guys had the last conversation, I wanted to jump in, but I didn't want to be argumentative. So I didn't want to say, right? Because sometimes you're like, oh, well, yo, I research this all of the time. I do this and I do that, right? And again, that's wonderful. But at the same time, like, there's certain things that come beyond those books or just going to school. It's certain things that, again, come to you in different forms. You'll get sort of epiphanies from studying, but it won't be exactly what you study. It'll be from that, from gaining all of that knowledge, then something else builds. But it's like, whoa, like I wasn't even looking for this. But how can I prove it?
so
Just
so
because you can't prove it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means you can't prove it.
well, here's the thing. That's why I said, so whether I say, okay, so you didn't mean unknowable, but you're saying beyond reason and beyond logic. And so what, so that creates an issue of epistemology, epistemological issue, because how do you know when you know something? Whether, like regardless of the input pathway, whether it's through logic, reasoning, or gut feeling, intuition, all the different pathways people, can say, how do you know when you know something? And that's a epistemological question. How do you know when you know?
And then that's when somebody says, you just know. Right? They just be like, yo, can you sense somebody's about to rob you, but they haven't robbed you yet? But you know that they were about to rob you. They're indicators, but it's hard if nobody was there. You're trying to explain it to them. Yo, he did but did he pull out the gun? No, but I knew he was. But did he do? No, but I could tell. I could just feel that I was about to happen. So you act off instinct, that right? So again, that's when this conversation gets extremely murky, and you can't just have it with anyone who's just, again, I'm gonna start saying stuff that you don't agree with, but I say people that aren't in tune, that don't have that type of intuition, right? So again, certain people are like, oh, where's that? This doesn't say this. That's when it's just like, okay, you just kind of leave people where they are, and then in whatever truth that they want to live in, and then you just go amongst, you just go with what is your gut instinct. Like, okay, I'm not gonna go around these people anymore because I could tell what type of people they are before it even happens. I don't need to get robbed to know I was about to get robbed. Like, we're not gonna wait. We don't need that type of proof. Like, go get robbed first and then prove he's a bad person. No, I'm not gonna do that. So certain things we know are gonna happen, and we can't say, well, it's happened to me,
Well,
or
well, 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 here's the thing with what you just said, right? This is
Hmm.
how you keep it. This is how you keep it all the way in the realm of reality. It's based on how you articulate the claim. If in your example, if a person did not rob you, you
Uh-huh.
cannot claim that they did. Now, but what you can claim is that you can say, I believe that person will rob me, and then that is your, that statement right there is fine because it in within the statement itself, the person did not rob you, but you believe them to, and you base that belief on something. Now you can say it's a gut feeling, or some signs, or some telltale signs were there, or whatever. I mean, my man is staring at my he stared at me at the ATM machine. He showed up there. He showed up there. He got a hoodie on. He got a bulge in his waist or whatever. I mean, you could say all of that stuff, and in those little bits, those could be factual, statements, or statements that are perfectly fine.
But you
So
still
it's not a
can't
matter.
prove, right?
What? No, there's nothing to prove. So like because the person didn't rob you, so you're not claiming that.
Oh
So
no,
so
we're
nobody
claiming
had.
that the person is a robber instead of he, right? So let's just put it like that. Oh, this dude,
Oh,
that type,
well,
right?
if
So
you
that makes it a little different because okay, you can't
well
prove he's a robber and he was going to rob you, so I can't do, So it's kind of like I'm trying to use the best example off the
well
top of
well
my head.
well
Maybe that wasn't the
no,
best one.
I get it, but even in that, if you claim that somebody is a robber, then you would have to, because we you have to know what a robber is. So that person will have to fit what a robber is, and unless that can happen, then claiming a person as a robber is a very empty claim. You know, you know what I'm saying. So like for example, if I if somebody because you know that somebody can claim something and be wrong. There are countless people who are wrong about something, and so somebody can have an opinion of someone and be 100% incorrect. Like those exist where people think about somebody in some way and find out that they're wrong.
Right.
Like a week later they found out that they were 100% wrong, and it could be just the way they looked or whatever the case is. So as a checks and balances, there's objective. The goal is to get to objective truth, and to do that, there's certain things that we have to go by, to do that. Otherwise, if we live in a world of subjectivity, then man, we wouldn't get anywhere, because it'll all be based. It'll be willy nilly. It'd be like, okay, you believe, you feel this way. That's your opinion. Whatever. This is mine and whatnot. The world would be completely upside down. But I want to get back to this ancestor thing,
Hmm.
right? So the reason why I was just talking about that is because I asked the question of, if a person dies, their soul goes into this realm, and I was just trying to clarify with you,
Hmm.
does that single individual soul, does it go into the realm and merge with the rest of the souls, like how a drop of water merges into the whole bucket of water?
Yeah,
Is
that's how I definitely, yeah, view it.
okay. So so in essence, there, in the ancestral realm, there's only one ancestor, because like for example, the in my just analogy just now, if I take a teaspoon of water
Hmm.
and I dump it into a bucket of water, the teaspoon of water becomes unidentifiable. It's no longer identifiable as that teaspoon once was. Now it's merged with the rest of the water, so now it's just one bucket of water. And so
Hmm.
and so and so I can no longer identify my teaspoon of water anymore. So is that what you're saying? When people die, their soul goes into this large body of ancestral gugab.
Hmm.
If that's the case, then in that realm,
Well,
it's only one ancestor.
right. In a way, in a way that's what I answered. I was like, yes, but not all the way, because again, I still believe, I would say that they're the same in nature, but different in degree within that goo gob, as you put it, of water, right? So there would be like, yeah, we're ancestors, but at the same time, there's a variation within that same thing of just different degrees. So like it'd be water, then there's hot water and cold water. So and that's just kind of like the best way I could like put how
Okay.
I view it.
Okay. So all right. So okay. So as a all right, I'm walking with you. So in that case, to keep up with the analogy of water, right? You're saying,
Hmm.
so I get it. You're saying that even though the teaspoon of water was dumped into the bucket of water, the teaspoon may be based on temperature. So you're using temperature to set up distinctions. So the teaspoon of water may be at 70 degrees, but then there's other specks of water within the goo gob that are at different degrees, which makes them distinct from one another.
Or they
Is
can
is that
change. I could say like they can sort of the water you cut it on, it could be cold and then it could be hot, but it's the same water. It's not actually differentiated. It can vacillate or right from
Mhm.
one temperature to the other.
but
Um,
does it make it many? But does it make it many waters or still one? Because I'm trying to get
mhm,
this
right.
ancestral realm. Does it have ancestors plural, or is it one big Gugab ancestor?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's kind of like, again, it's like when you studying, um, if you just studying, the book of coming forth by day, and you think you're learning about Set and Haru, and then you get to a point where it's like, oh, this is they merge into one, and you begin to understand that, oh, this is all one energy. And we're already talking about sort of the unseen realm when we get to Amen, right? And then he manifests himself as Ra and then Ptah, and then right. So we're still talking about one, but at the same time, the one kind of turns into the many at the same time. So you can, that's why it's so difficult when using these words. You have to be extremely careful when you're talking about something like this. And so when people understand and they're just kind of on the same level, then you can have this conversation more fluidly. But I understand what you're doing and why you're doing it. So I'm just saying it's really difficult. You have to make sure you articulate yourself, because if you say the wrong word, again, words can be confusing and they're not right and always exactly how you're trying to express yourself. So yeah, this is just one of those conversations. This is one of those deep conversations that's why I said it's kind of like, I look at it as like one of those say like, well, it's sort of just, it's just one of those conversations that people have who are um how do I say this, um it's just one of those deep conversations you just don't have at the dinner table with just all your family who are just in different places in their life. So I'm not saying that's what we're doing right now. Again, anybody who's able to tune in right now, anytime they tune in and they're not watching the game or watching this, like you don't watch TV, and I barely could watch TV, just because there's so many different things that I have to research and study and just plan for when I'm teaching and working with children, that I just can't find the time. This is it's more fun for me to really research, these sorts of things, and this is just the type of stuff I like to do. So it's just not one of those conversations for real, but I love having it, and it's the type of conversations I always want to have with you. If we could get past, like, like, all right, what do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? Like, if we could really get into it, and I could really get you to talk about this type of stuff, like, without, just slowing down the conversation so much, then, like, I would love to hear the type of stuff that you thinking, about this. Like, this is what I'm thinking, but this is what I want to know, like, what you think, like, about for real. Like, how do you view
Well,
it? Like,
okay. So just taking what you said, you brought up some key important things though. So you said an ancestral realm, and so we gotta figure that out. Like, where is this realm?
Yeah, can I cut
Because
in?
oh yeah. Go ahead. I forgot, man. Part of my manners. We
Oh no,
had
no, no,
clumsy
because
chemists
that's a good.
pop in.
Yeah, that's a good conversation, man. And I was just about to ask that same question. When y'all say realm, sounds like my mom says she's going to heaven, going back to Zion. Uh, everybody's going
I
to
mean, it's a
Allah.
yeah.
You know, it sounds like on that realm on that talk right there. But I put it as imagination. Uh, because we would know. I want to know, where is this realm? Where is this heaven? Where is this hell? If the question I want to ask is, you say if we die, we going somewhere. Okay, well, where were we before we got here? Because I hear people say we're going to return back to the source. I hear people, we're going back to the Father in Christian terms, going back to God. So if we're going back to something, we should know where we came from, right?
I want to address the realm part. So that's again, you. I could say dimension. I could say realm, right? And it. I could say like what else could I say? I mean, I guess those are the only two I could think of just off the top right now. But I want to. So again, in physics, it explains everything that we talk about just in different words. In terms of and we talk about in terms of we being what you read about, even in like in the book of Coming Forth by Day or any other different literature. You would come across, and I see the parallels between them, right? And so it says that the naked our eye, what we perceive, what we see, is only about 5 to 7%. So what is the other 93%? They will say it's dark matter, it's like quantum physics or metaphysics. It's beyond physics, but we know it exists. So then to go to Higgs boson, and let's break this apart and try to understand it, right? That other realm. So that's how I interpret realm. It's what you can't see. It's what physics and science and everything you learn about in school and advanced physics, when you learn about all of these different particles and where you can't see them, even under a microscope, and what they're trying to do with them. That is what I mean by that ancestral realm. That is what I mean by, that's what I believe is meant by dark matter or quantum physics, right? That's, what do you mean beyond physics? What do you mean? I mean, that's what you ask science. That's what science says. So when you take what I'm saying, it's just not me making it up. That stuff comes from a place. It may have got diluted right now to where we don't understand what it's about. But what is it? What do they mean when they say that in science? They mean exactly what we mean, but we're just using different words. So it's a delicate conversation, because some people aren't really. Some people are on. Actually, some souls are on their way in, and they're super physical, and some are on their way out, and they're not really caught up in the physical world. And they came here to do different things. And again, I know that science proves that, because and I'm not even gonna get into because unless it gets to the
Okay,
point
so let me just ask you. All right, let me ask you this. I gotta kind of back up a little bit. Do you believe that ancestors are physical?
No, I definitely don't believe that they're physical. No, I don't.
Okay, because everything you just said, when you said that's explained in physics, all that
Mm-hmm.
stuff is physical. All that stuff is physical. So if
Metaphysics,
you
metaphysics, and quantum physics, and understanding the physical reality and the things that we can see. There's the parts that we don't understand. So it's explained in the physical reality, the things that aren't actually physical, that we can't see,
well,
that we're trying to understand.
well, no, I'm saying, okay, I was just going by when you said that
Mm-hmm.
what the scientists, the astrophysicists, physicists, quantum
Mm-hmm.
physicists, and theoretical physicists, what they explain are all physical things. Like they're explaining physical things. Even when you said dark matter, that's physical.
Right, because we're talking about matter. But so what we're talking about. So again, if I were to talk about a woman, right, and then
Uh huh.
them having a child, and then But you like, yo, you're only talking about women. No, but we're talking about them having a child. So we're also talking about something else outside of the woman because it encompasses someone else. So we're talking about physics and the things that are in physics. And we're like, yo, this isn't everything. The things that we can see and touch and feel, there's something else. So even in explaining what physics is, you have to talk about what's beyond it and what it isn't. So again, I'm just explaining like, yeah, I
No,
said
I'm
that, but
saying, like you said, ancestors. All I'm trying to separate is what physics deals with are physical things. But you're saying, and I asked you, Art, do you feel the ancestors are physical? You said no. So the ancestral realm is beyond all of physics, whether it's quantum or general relativity and all those laws that govern the macro and the micro worlds. You by you saying ancestors are not physical,
mhm.
that's beyond that. So we don't even have to bring up scientists because it's beyond everything that they mention. Because everything they mention is physical.
See, it's
Every single
easy to
thing they
make,
mention.
right. It's easy to make arguments out of this. That's why I said it again, because I think I was like super clear. But again, I know you're like a master debater. So you can debate
No,
anything,
no,
even
no,
if you
no,
believe it.
no. I understand. No, it's clear. I understand you.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
trying to
Okay.
get. No, no. What I'm trying to get. I'm trying to walk with you. So when I ask you, because I'm trying to figure out what you believe, because you were addressing the realm part, and I'm
Hmm.
trying to figure out what you believe the realm or where the realm is. And so you started by explaining it being you start mentioning things. You start mentioning dark matter. You start mentioning stuff like that.
Hmm.
And 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 I'm like, okay, cool. But that's why I asked you a follow up and said, do you believe the ancestors are physical? Because and your answer was no. So when you brought up dark matter and all that stuff, that's it started getting confusing again, because if the ancestors are not physical, then they can't be within any conversation about dark matter and all that stuff either. You see what I'm saying? Because they're not physical.
Right. But if I say metaphysics or quantum physics or something like that, it again, it's implying meta, like beyond physics. So
Well,
it's
quantum
still
physics is different than metaphysics. So I got you. I got you when you say metaphysics. So
okay.
you're saying beyond physics.
Beyond the physical. I'm talking about, say, so if I started talking about particles and waves, right, and then we
Hmm.
get into that, then am I talking about physics still?
Well, in the discipline you're talking about, you're at the quantum level, particles and
Right.
waves and
Right. So that's
field
why.
spirit, but it's still physical. It's just the the known laws of physics breakdown, but then the quantum, all the quantum calculations and things pick up where the physical laws stop.
Right. Right.
But it's still all physical though. A
So
particle is something that's measurable. A wave is something that is measurable, observable.
okay. So I'll say that they are not. I'll still say that they aren't, but they can affect the physical world. That's what I can say. So again, that's why it's so tricky, because it's like they aren't. I'll say they aren't, but then I say they can affect the physical world. So then does that
But
kind
we're talking
of
about the realm. But we're saying the realm. So are you
okay?
saying are you implying that this realm
Hmm.
is 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 all around us and everywhere,
The realm all around us and everywhere.
or does it exist in a certain location?
No, no, I rather say the former. I would just say that it is all around us and everywhere, and maybe I'll say stronger in some places. Sometime, depending upon, yeah, I would say stronger in some places and just kind of leave it at that. Again, this is just not one of those conversations for every people
Nah.
who are trying to figure out everything. But it's just now I see why you don't have these type of conversations all the time, really.
No, but see the danger. See, it's a tricky thing because it gets it's the danger is that because not saying you're doing this, but here's the danger. When we want to know, it's almost as if to say, nah, you can't know because every time you try to know, you're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna get it because
I'm
blah
just
blah
saying
blah.
it's
Because
levels. Yeah. I'm
no,
just
yeah,
saying
yeah,
it's
yeah. But okay, so if there's levels to it, then we should be able to identify the levels. So if okay, so you asked me about ancestors. So an ancestor, like you said, it's a soul or energy, and so we have to remember that everybody when they talk about an ancestor, like you said earlier, even if they don't use the word energy, if you listen to how they talk about it in the context in which people talk about ancestors and stuff, it always deals with energy. And people believe that energy is a thing when it's actually not. And energy is not a thing.
Mhm.
It's a measurement. So like for example, how tall are you? How tall are you? I'm asking you. Y'all still there? Did I get shut out?
I hear you.
Okay, let me ask you, chemist, how tall are you?
I'm 5'8".
Okay, so now you just gave me your height. Now, is height a thing or is it a measurement?
It's a measurement.
Right. Well, that's exactly what energy is. Okay, I see Nero Sarad dropped off. Um, that's a measurement. All right, he's popping back in. It's not a thing. It's not an entity. It's not a thing. And so when people talk about spirits or souls as ancestors, they talk about it as if it's a thing when it's not. Energy is, I mean, they talk about it as if it's energy and then that energy being an entity or a thing, you know, um, but it's
So it has
actually
to be
not.
measured, right?
No, energy is a measurement. It's actually given in units of joules. Or if you're talking about within the body and stuff, they use calories or whatever. But there's units of measurement that is actually recorded in, but it's a measurement. It's not an entity.
Okay.
You know
Okay.
what I'm
So
saying?
let
Just
me
like
ask you a
just like just like
question.
just like let me just give you an example. Just like your height, you gave me your height in foot and inches, but somebody may give it to me in meters or centimeters or whatever. So you could change the unit of documentation, or unit of measurement, but it's still a measurement. So
Right.
energy is a measurement. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Uh, okay. If somebody asked me a question like you asked, what is an ancestor?
Yeah.
Me, I have no religion, no nothing like that. So if I'm just answering just straight up, I would say my dad passed away over 2 years ago. I remember my dad. I remember from a youngin all the way till he passed away. Okay, so with that memory that I have in this physical, I knew he was here. I
Mm-hmm.
touched him, I talked to him, everything. So I know in my mind, I know he was here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so in my memory, I can bring up times that we had, times we had with the baseball games, all kind of stuff. Thanksgiving, Christmas, whatever. I
Right.
remember this. Okay, so my daughter now, she remembered her granddad, right? So in that memory, we still now before that, my daughter don't know my dad's dad. So
Mm-hmm.
through his memory of telling me, because I never met him, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that he's telling me the truth. If I ask him questions about what y'all do, where'd you grow up, what was the household like, what was the times of the day. If I asked him that, then and I'm hoping he's telling me the truth. through his remembrance of his dad, I can remember him too. So I can pass that on to my daughter, and so and such, and in generations past. And that's what kind of messed us up during that slave trade. What happened is people knew to cut off the memory. You see what I'm saying? So I've taken as ancestors as being, I remember you in the physical, right? Because I don't know where you go out when you die. It could be just like before you got here, just non-existent. I can't answer that question. But I'm right here while I'm in the physical, I can remember touching my dad. I remember talking to him in this physical world. So anybody ask me a question about my dad, I can tell you right off the bat from my heart of my memory. That's why I take as ancestor.
Okay, and what you described is generally the consensus in many different cultures around the world. What you just described, and because an ancestor is like, if I think you came on and you were like, okay, it's this kind of same question of in terms of realm, is like Christians believe in a heaven, Muslims believe in a heaven or hell, these places and things like that. But traditionally, all of these places are really in the mind of the living, because okay, if we talk about somebody who died living on beyond their life span, because person born, they live their life and then they die. If they're going to exist beyond that point of death, they only exist in the memory, as you said, memory, or in the mind of the living. That is the only place that they actually go, that they actually exist in. They're nowhere else but in the memory of the living. Because think about it, Homo sapiens sapien, as human beings, we emerged roughly around 200,000 years ago. All right, let's just give or take 2 to 3, because they found some skulls over there in northwest Africa. But let's just go with the long-standing number of 200,000 years ago. So imagine all of the human beings that have been born since 200,000 years ago and was born and died all the way up till today. Right now, the planet, we have over 7 billion people on the planet as a world population. And so people come and go all the time, like born and die all the time. So think about it. We don't know, like you, me, you, nor I, we don't know all the people that have ever been born on the planet. And there's nobody living out of the 7 billion living people right now. All of us collectively don't even remember every human being. So we survive, or when we say ancestors live on, or what people like to call it the afterlife, all of that is dependent upon the minds of the living. If nobody who is alive on the planet Earth remembers somebody who has died, then that deceased person no longer exists.
Well, you hitting home, so that's kind of close to what the Remich did, right? Is that they venerated their, what we would call ancestors, right? Because they knew they was in the living, that they was on the mind. So if you kept speaking their name, right? I don't know too much about it, but am I
No,
kind of?
no, you're in the right. You're right spot. You're in the right spot because see, it's easy to explain it from an ancient Egyptian perspective, because they laid it out pretty neatly, and you hit it because it's all about the name. But when we say name, we kind of dial it down and lessen the value, but it's really the identity. The word Ren in ancient Egyptian is the word for identity. And so it's the identity that's being remembered, because once a dead person or somebody who was alive and then they die, and then as time goes on, they are no longer in the memory of somebody who's alive, then that person ceased to exist. They no longer have an afterlife. The afterlife is completely dependent upon the person's identity being remembered in the mind of somebody who was alive. And so think about this. The reason why the ancient Egyptian kings were said to have a guaranteed afterlife is by default of their function as a king, because the king was the most popular person in the entire country and known throughout the entire country. So much so that their names were protected in stone in what's called a shenu, which people call a cartouche. And so people remember the name. Like right now, Ramses and all these Egyptian kings that we talk about and can still identify and stuff, they are still having an afterlife because they are still remembered in someone who is alive, which is us. But now ask yourself, do we know the average Joe Blow Egyptian citizen? No. Like today, we don't know the average Joe Blow citizen in Egypt because their identity was not carried on and remembered. So they no longer have afterlife. So that's what people mean when they say, well, the kings are the only ones who had an afterlife.
Boy, that hit home. Boy, that's deep right there, Woo. That is deep right there. Because now, let me ask you a question. What was his name? Akhenaten, and what was the woman? I want to say, I don't like to say Pharaoh, Nisibisi, whatever y'all call it. I don't like to say the Greek word. Okay.
What?
What's her name?
The lady.
She was the lady. I don't want to say Pharaoh.
Oh, you mean Hatshepsut?
Hatshepsut. Okay. Didn't they names get scratched out and everybody was trying to carve them out? And so if you carving people's name out and you want to take away their memory. You want to take away their afterlife. Is that correct?
Yes. That's the purpose of removing the name. See, we say name, but it's the purpose of removing an identity. Once you remove someone's identity, it can't be remembered, and if it can't be remembered, then they cease to have an afterlife.
Ain't that crazy? But I guess they got the last laugh because we still talking about Hatshepsut and we still talking about Akhenaten. So
yeah. I'm right, but the attempt, and see, like a king like Ramses, for example, they all know this. Like this is part of the culture, so it's not like somebody like they knew it, like Eureka they knew, but this is part and parcel of the culture. Ramses, was like, nah, I'm not having it. So what I'm talking about Ramses II. Ramses II was like, nah, I'm going to make colossal statues of myself and I'm going to have my name carved deep, like elbow deep into these blocks where nobody's going to chisel my name away and nobody will be able to fill it because that plaster will mess up and my name will still be revealed. And that's exactly what happened between Ramses that I'm talking about, Ramses II, and his father, Seti I. In the temple in Abydos, which is the temple of Seti I, the so-called UFO glyphs that people always talk about, that's a direct result of what I'm saying. We call that phenomenon a palimpsest, but Seti I's name was written on that lintel at the top. But then it was plastered over, and his son Ramses II had his name carved there in the same place. But then over time, the plaster fell away, and now you see both names. You see both names, and though both names make it appear like it's a helicopter, what people say is UFO in the glyphs, the helicopter and Star Wars hovercraft and all that stuff. But those are really two kings' names there, and so now Seti is known again. But they actually they actually carved out the names, and or they would now this is something that people fell for. They believed that the statues, the noses of the statues were knocked off by white people to hide the blackness of ancient Egypt and so on and so forth, not realizing that a lot of those statues the nose were manipulated and broken off by the Egyptians themselves.
Mm.
And that was another way to remove them from memory and having an afterlife and so on and so forth. It was not a sense of an afterlife being somewhere in heaven like the Christian heaven where you actually go to a place. The place of the afterlife to the Egyptians was actually within the mind of everybody that's walking around that's alive.
Wow. So guess what? So if what you doing right now, Woo, what you doing right now, you gonna have an afterlife just because you have a YouTube channel and you got documentation after documentation after video of someone hearing you, seeing you, right? When not, as long as they have this internet going and whatever to 1,000, 2,000 years going on, and we can still the people coming, in that time could come back and look at you, watch you. Oh man, boy, say man, let me ask you, when
Wait,
is
wait,
your
hold on,
next?
pause right there because you said something key. So what does that tell us? It tells us in today's modern era, everybody, more and more people have greater and greater chances of having a long afterlife. So as we walk backwards in history, the population of people, no matter where they are, they have a less and less chance. As you walk backwards in time, the people have a less chance of having an afterlife. But then when you come back this way, we have a more chance of having a very long afterlife because of what we've developed in terms of technology. We have video cameras, we have computers, we have photography technology now in the modern era. So we have things that can always cause somebody living to remember somebody. And see, this is one of the purposes of having pictures in your house as a shrine, because really what you're doing is you're remembering your relative. And so you put things in a special location that you choose in your house, and that will be that ancestor's location. So like your grandmother, so you have your grandmother's picture, you may have her favorite sentimental item, maybe a watch or a necklace, you put it in a box or whatever, and everything, and then that shrine becomes a portal of remembrance, not a portal to any spooky realm anywhere. It's a mnemonic device now. It causes you to remember. That's what it does. It causes you to keep remembering them. And that's why people even fix meals for ancestors, knowing the ancestor's not going to eat it, but they do it as an exercise to keep in the memory of the person. And as long as they are remembered, they continue to live on in the sense of having an afterlife, but only in the minds of people, not anything physical or whatever. And this is where the influence comes from, because Niwa Sarah defined, one of the elements of his definition was a soul that is transition but also affects us, right? And so I'm speaking on the affects us part. The only way an ancestor can affect us is if we remember them. Because think about it. Do you know how many humans that we don't remember that obviously they can't affect us because we have no idea that they existed? Right. So the only way you can be affected by an ancestor is if you know about them and you remember them. That's it.
Boy, you deep, man.
So let me. I was going to ask this real quick.
I want to ask a quick question though. Where can I sign up for your class? You just earned a student, man. Where can I sign up to your class?
I just earned a student.
You just earned a student, man, because you put it down in layman terms. Because people think that I was thinking that the Egyptian, they were just as crazy as the Christian. Oh, y'all finna go over here to Sirius B and y'all finna zoom up in this portal. Like they leaving the you remember I talked to you before and I said, why did they leave they chairs and all this stuff in the tomb, what they thought they were gonna come back and have a parlay, whether they were gonna come back and take it with them, or what was going on with that. But but you just earned a student, man. So I need to know, how did I sign up for your cis metanetric class, man? Because that's deep, man.
All right, so yeah, I appreciate it. First of all, let me say that, and this goes for anybody. I teach classes all the time, and I teach a beginner's level, and I designed the class to be self-paced, so people could start wherever they are. So you don't have to be come as an expert or anything like that. And I have weekly live interaction, so people can learn on their own pace, and then ask questions, and I go over any information that's necessary to sequentially go through the learning process, the chapters. But it's sableuniversity.com, and I think Emicat put it in the chat. So
Okay.
that particular course, you click on there, just sign up.
I
Yep,
got
just
you,
sign
man.
up.
You got a new student, cuz I
All
appreciate
right,
that.
I appreciate it. Listen, I look forward to anybody who's interested. But now see, in a learning environment, like right now we live hanging out, but in a learning environment where we could walk through certain things, we could elaborate on a whole lot more, a whole lot more.
Appreciate it, cuz. I'm a fall back, let y'all talk, man. I appreciate that.
Okay, because I think Niwa Sarah was itching to ask something.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. It was pertaining to what you were talking about, and I was always wondering this. So since it's definitely about the senses and how we use the senses to, for lack of better words, I guess I could say, invoke the ancestors. Um, what if you're saying the name wrong? What if you're saying Ramses and not Ramesu? Or like, what if somebody tried to say, like, 1,000 years from now, right? And they're thinking it was your daughter's daughter is thinking like, right? I think about my great great grandfather, right? Because he was so profound with the metal netter and whatever, and they saying your name wrong. Does it still work because the intention is there, or do you
Okay,
have to say the name right? Or what do you think
no,
about
that's a
that?
no, that's a good question, and the short answer is no. It doesn't have anything to do with the pronunciation of the name. It is the identity. That's why I keep stressing. Well, the Egyptian word is Ren, R-N, Ren, and we pronounce it as Ren. Now, most people translate that word as name, but our modern idea about names is very shallow, which makes us think of asking that question, like, what if I pronounce it wrong, or whatever the case is. But it's really under the surface as the identity. What what properties of the person is identifiable. So even if you mispronounce, because listen, almost everybody and their mother mispronounced my name right now, Wu Jiao. Like you got people saying Wu Jiao, Wu Jia, or Waju, and all kinds of things. So, but they know who they're talking about. Like my identity is still intact even when they mispronounce my name. So it's not about the sound. So just to give a quick little thing, every single so-called word has two elements: the form and the concept, or what we say meaning. And so the form is either in writing or in sound. So you either see the form or you hear the form. But then on the other side of that is the conceptualization or the concept or the meaning. And those two things are glued together by a third thing. And all three of those elements is called a sign. But we say words. And so even if you mess up the form, as long as the concept is still intact, you're still dealing with the sign, because the purpose of communication is to transfer concepts, not sound. But we use sound
Mm.
we use sound as vehicles to pack the concept in and then transmit. Like as I'm talking to you, because you can't read my mind, I can't read yours. So I'm using sounds to to put in concepts and then transmit to you. And so you have to receive that transmission, and then you have to decode it, which means you're walking around with the same set of signs I have in my head. That's why you're able to understand me. And so it's not about the exact pronunciation, because almost none of the Egyptian words that we're saying today are the historical pronunciation. Ramses' name probably sounded different than what we're saying. I mean, we know it's not Ramses, but even Ramasu, the way we're saying Ramasu could be totally different, because we don't
Right.
know the vowel. The vowels weren't documented. So
I think
that's
that
not
was
it.
a great answer. I think that was a great answer. And the way you broke it down. So because you know what, it made me think about this song. I don't know, like you listen to Lupe Fiasco, but he got this dope song called. It might be called this, or it might be the hook, but it's like he basically talking about form following function, like form follows function, and we all probably have heard that before. But the whole song is about how form follows function, and that's essentially,
Yeah.
what you just said. Yeah. So, and I want to
Yeah.
ask you
Form.
this. Go ahead.
No, I would say form and function are similar, but we have the form and meaning. So you have form and function, but then you have form and meaning. So you have form, function, and meaning. And so like a symbol has a form, which is its visible aspect and all those properties. Then it has a function. How is it functioning? But then it has a meaning. So like, for example, in the hieroglyphs, just to give a quick example, I don't have one to like show real fast. I was trying to see if there's one on this backdrop, but I can't pull my arrow on there. So anyway, so let's just take a glyph. There's a glyph. Man, I can't point to it. Let me see if I have one.
So what about the one on the right side of my name where there's? I think you're talking about like where there would be like a determinative at the end or something. I know that's not what you're saying. A phonetic complement or something. I know. Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, kind of, sort of. I actually have a slide that says exactly what I want to say, but it'll take me too long to pull up. But okay, there's a glyph of an enclosure. It's called an enclosure glyph, and it represents two consonants, P and R. P as in Paul, R as in Robert. Per. And this glyph has a form, it has a function, and it has a meaning. And I was just going to use it to show you what you were saying is true, but it's more than that. It's also more than that. And I think let me see if Emicat, because Emicat usually quick with that. See if she can do it and share her screen. Emicat, are you able to do that?
1 second.
All right, so I just want to show this to drive the point home. Okay, so this is it on the screen. All right, so this particular glyph is, first of all of the hieroglyphs in the Egyptian writing system are pictures. So we call them pictograms or pictographs. All of them are pictures of something. They're either flora, fauna, or man-made objects. Okay, this one is the outline of an enclosure. All right, now this glyph has this form. So you see the form right there. Okay, we're all looking at the same form. But now it can function in one of three ways. One, it can function as a phonograph, which means that it represents sounds. Phono is sound, so it represents sounds. And in this case, it represents two consonants, P and R. So if you could write P and R under it, are you able to? Okay, no. All right, so we'll leave it at that. That's why I try to do it on my slides. All right, so just imagine P and R. So it represents two consonants, P and R. All right, we refer to that as a biliteral. But it can also function as what's called a logograph, which means it functions as a full word, which is the word per, which means house or an enclosure. A third function that it could have is as what's called a determinative, what we like to call a semanteme or a classifier, but nickname determinative because it helps determine meaning, and therefore it doesn't have any sound attached to it, and it doesn't it's not transliterated or anything. So that's the difference between form and function. So I named 3 different possible functions, but it's the same form. But now what does it mean? So the meaning is born in the context in which is used. So when I say semanteme, semantics is meaning. So as a determinative, it will help define the word where this particular glyph is used. So I'm saying all of that to say, to go back to what I was saying is that when people utter names incorrectly, it's not about the utterance of the name sound part of it. It's an aspect of not misidentifying. So mispronunciation really means don't misidentify. Like don't misidentify someone is really the important thing. Not so much don't mispronounce. It's all about identity. Because if there was a crime that was committed, if somebody got robbed, if somebody got robbed, and then the person who got robbed filed a report, and the police collected some suspects, and he lined them up. They had a police lineup of 10 people. The victim is going to try to identify the robber. And so they can't misidentify the robber, because if you do, then you're putting an innocent person in trouble. So the thing is not to misidentify. Whether they pronounce the person's name right or wrong, it doesn't even matter. It's about identifying. And it's not always, like looks and stuff. I'm saying just the identity, what makes up your identity. And the Egyptians looked at the identity of a person as an element of the person, an entity that makes up the person, called Ren. And I know you heard us talk about the multiple aspects of a human being. The Egyptians saw the human being as being a lot of entities rolled up into one. People call it the Ka, the Ba, the Ren, the Sa, the Ak, the Kaibit, the Kat, and the Ib. All of those aspects are different components that make up the human being. They didn't see the human being as just this one thing. And so the name is what lives on after the person dies. But when you say a person dies, which of those things I named is actually has a termination? It's not the name. It's the Kat, the body. The body terminates, but the name lives on as long as somebody remembers it. And when I say name, I don't mean the pronunciation. I'm talking about the identity of the person.
Yeah, and now the more we kind of elaborate on it, other examples come to mind. Like there's a lady from the Congo who I was speaking with, and or she was from Uganda, and I guess she was from the Congo, and she was like, "Nah, but you kind of close and wild." And sometimes you can't just do that look of shit. But again, a lot of times you can, with in certain situations to sort of determine, where somebody might be from. But again, I wasn't right. I was close. But my point is, I asked her a question I kind of knew the answer to, but at the same time, I just wanted to hear her elaborate about God. I said, what is the word that you have for God? And of course, she said, well, it's different tribes or different groups, and we have different words. And she started to say, if I was from this tribe, I would say this and this and that, but we're all sort of the same people, but we just practice or do different things, basically, essentially. So she gave me different names, but at the same time, we're talking about the same source. She said, we're all saying it, we just use a different word to say it. So it kind of, that to me, I mean, it basically just is an extension of your explanation of what you said, how it's not really in the name. But like I forgot how you said it, but I would just say it's more so in your intentions, or like your what you mean by that, like to make sure that the function of that entity or whatever that you're naming is the same. So just like, again, like I guess you have, I'm not gonna say that in linguistics. I was gonna give an example of how no, I can't really think clearly right now about how I want to explain that, but basically sometime a woman would say, you know, you would call somebody something, or somebody might, you know, use the word nigga or use the B word or something like that. And they'll use it with a different intention behind it. But if somebody else says it, they'll kind of get mad. So it kind of, I guess it
Well,
has a different function. Right.
okay, so just to no, you're on point, but let's just I just want you to use the correct terms so that everybody be on the same page.
Okay.
So it's not the intent. What you are talking about is so if you look at the screen, can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so just to explain this diagram, right? This is what I mentioned earlier by what a language is a set of signs. So you see sign is in the middle of this triangle. So every sign has three elements. One element is the form, which is also called the signifier. And that form can be either a sound pattern or a written pattern, you know, whether it's spoken or written. Then on the meaning side, the other element is meaning, which is the signified. This is the concept. And see, and based on what you said, this is what you were saying, intent, but it's really the meaning or the concept. And then those two things right here, the form and the meaning, are joined together by a third element, which is the link between the two. And all three of these form a sign. Now, in layman's terms, we look at this as a word. So what I did was I broke down what a word is. The same way that I could break down, like we'll say water, but a chemist will say, well, water is H2O. Like they'll break down what the elements that make up a water. So what I'm showing here is what makes up a word. And this is very important because the purpose of communication and people talking to one another is to transmit meaning. But the only way we could transmit meaning is by clothing it inside of a form. We have to give it form, because we can't just transmit meaning in a vacuum. So you have to give it form. So the form that we give meaning has to be glued to each other, which is this link. And altogether, that creates the sign. Now, all of us are born with an empty, with no signs. And as we develop and we're in our household and we're around our parents and we eventually go to school and all that kind of stuff, we start to inherit and learn signs. And we walk around with these signs in our mind, in our psyche, and we call that language. So a language is nothing more than a set of signs. And those people who share signs in each other's heads speak the same language. Okay, that's why we have language or speech communities that understand one another, because we are walking around with the same set of signs. Every word I'm saying right now, you understand each and every one of them because you have the same sign in your head as I do. Now, there comes time where the form, or should put it this way, one form may have two different concepts attached to it. So that causes issues. That's where you have states of ambiguity. And so when people, like in your example, if they say God, let's take the word God. The word God, and matter of fact, I'll just spell it on here. Oh, let me do this. Bear with me 1 second. I don't want to mess that one up. Okay. Let me just write God on here real quick to illustrate this. So let's say God. All right, now so you see what I just typed? This right here falls on the form side because I gave it form. It's a written pattern. So I'm put it down here. So God. Now the problem comes in is that you don't know what the person linked to it in terms of their conceptualization. So to a Christian, this God is is linked to a concept of, let's say, Jesus, their Lord and Savior. But to a Muslim, this God is not connected to Jesus. It's connected to Allah, who can never be Jesus. And so because concepts and meaning or whatever can't be detected or seen without form, because the Jesus concept and the Allah concept share the same form, and this is what you detect, that's where confusion is born. And so it depends, and you call it intent, but it depends on the concept that's attached to the form, which all three elements means the sign. So that's why on key terms, it's always best to slow the conversation down and clear this up before, it spirals out of control. That's why I say even to atheists are really part-time atheists by default, because they are against God, but only certain concepts that match, that are that fill in that void of God, and so on. So I just wanted to say that and this goes into what I meant about the name. So let's change God to Ramses, right? Like we were talking about earlier. Okay, so this is a written pattern, Ramses. Now, so likewise, the concept that's linked to this Ramses is the identity of all the properties and attributes of Ramses. Now, we are pronouncing it incorrectly. We know that Ramses was not the historical pronunciation, but that doesn't matter, because the whole point is this right here is the key. And actually, I should bold that bad boy. So this right here is the key. That's what it's all about. The concept, the signified. So anyway, I hope that's clear, because I'm not trying to turn this into a whole big lesson. I see
No, it definitely.
had something here. Did you want to explain that? Let me see if Emicat will explain this.
Yeah, so this is what you were explaining before about form and function. So you have the different forms of the enclosure here, and then you will see how it functions. And this is dealing with such nature. So in this case, where you have that particular form, and then it's accompanied by a single stroke, usually it will be functioning as a logogram. So logograms are where the words are being it's actually representing the word itself. And in this instance, it will be pair, because this is a bilateral for P and R, like Wujao was saying. So that will be a logogram for pair, and it will translate into a house or an estate or an enclosure. And then in this second instance, you will see it like this, and then and then with the rest of the words, but sometimes it could also just be like that with the T. And in this instance, it's not. It will be functioning as a phonogram, so it will be actually be used to help spell out the words, the phonetics. So this will be PR, the pair, and then the T. And then in this case, it will translate as a season of emergence, one of the three seasons that we know. And then in this last section here, now you see it appearing at the end. So it's actually functioning at this time as a determinative. So it's we don't actually we don't transliterate it. So it's a mute sign. So in this case, we are just transliterating these two here, which would be Kenneret, and that would mean a camp. And so here it's functioning as a determinative. So you see all this. We see the same form for the enclosure, but the functions change, and with that also then the meaning side also then changes as well. And in this case, we see how it translates to different things. So that was the example to show how form and function work together.
What's a phonogram? I mean, how what's the difference with a logo? I know a logo means a print, but a phono means what? To speak, right? Phono.
No,
It's like sound.
phono means sound.
Okay.
And logo is word. Is the Greek word for word. So you know, in the Bible it says in the beginning was the word. So that's the Greek word logos. You know, so that's a word. And so phonograph is something that is graphical, which means something that is written, but it represents sound. A logograph is something that is graphed or written, but it represents a word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey,
So,
Udrao, real quick. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead.
Go ahead. You go. All right. This is. I'm not digressing too much, but again, this is just something personal. I want to ask you and the brother that's on the line. You. So, what are you? All right. Look, it's your birthday on the 30th, Udrao.
No,
Is on the 12th,
no,
the 21st.
no. You
Okay.
about to do some
That's it.
numerology or something?
No,
No,
listen,
but
listen, listen. Because
all
we're
right.
talking about forms and functions. So, what's your brother name? CC. Is your birthday on the 18th or the 9th or the 27th?
No.
None of them. Okay, that's all I wanted to ask.
Okay, I'm on the 14th. So if you need,
You on the
if you know,
14th? Okay.
yeah, 14th, April 14th, y'all. Y'all
Are
remember
you?
it, boy? Cash
Oh,
App and
April
yeah,
'14th. Okay.
April 14th. I'm a spring baby. Yep.
I'm trying to figure.
But
Okay.
that would be a Aries as a sign. So they say. Now I know how to shift everything. Shifts. So I'm probably what's after Aries, Taurus, or even Pisces. I mean, what's before Aries, Pisces? Yeah,
Before Aries, yeah, Pisces, yeah.
the Pisces,
Mhm.
Aries, and Taurus. Yeah, so I could be a Taurus since I'm on the latter part.
I got a question
But
for you, Woo. I got a question
okay, go
for
ahead.
you. I was listening to you. I was listening to your show. I believe that was last night. You was I think you was mentioning my boy X. You know,
Yeah,
but you was on that conversation.
yeah.
So I'm gonna have.
That's
I
your
got.
boy. That's your boy. Nah, I'm stop.
I'm just messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you.
That was just
Uh,
play.
let's see. Okay. When did I got just two or three questions, real quick? When did the Sahara dried up? What about around what time?
Oh boy, I don't know that off the top of my head, but we could find out real quick though. But go if you have a follow up. While because I don't know it off
Okay.
the top of my head, so I'm gonna
All
tell you
right.
flat out.
So
I don't know it off the top of my head.
with that when we find out when that dried up, everybody said they moved down and kind of moved toward the Nile, way went west, whatever. Before that time, was there people already living on the Nile before everybody else comes from that west part of central part of Africa, South Africa, moving up toward the Nile? Was there an indigenous population already there, and can we see who those people were there? Was they always there? Because I hear people always say we was always there. I'm like, but okay, because the Aboriginals over here in America, they always we was always here. I said, how could that be? That means that the humans started in America and they populated this way. Y'all losing me. But
Right.
When did that Sahara dry up, and who was in that region up there in what we call in Egypt today? The indigenous population, or was it even nobody even there? What? Tell me that.
Okay. Well, one of the ways that I try to remember the how the Sahara became a desert is I always use this. I connect it to the timeline that people give the Bible. They say the Bible is 6,000 years. They give the Earth 6,000 years. Some people actually believe that, and that's roughly like that's how I use when the Sahara was still straight or starting to become dried up. So 6,000 years ago from today, 2,000 put you around 4,000 years ago, or four. I'm sorry, 6,000 years ago, but around 4,000 BCE. But when we look it up to be more precise, it's around 4,200 BCE where it starts to dry dry up. So 6,000 years ago, it was a grassland. It was covered grassland that had rainfall, and
Damn,
so
6,000 years ago, boo. A desert can make you can have a desert that fast.
yeah, let's see if I could share uh
Cause I was
one
thinking
of the
about that
one
that
of the many
ice
articles that
age
come
they
up.
had. I was thinking about that ice age. I forgot what they call it, but it was
Permian.
I can't even think of the name. But they trying to say that was the reason why the desert that formed because of that ice age. Something happened.
You talking about the Wormian ice age, right? The Wormian,
It's
right?
it's it's one of them, man, and
Well,
something
Yeah.
happened in Greenland and whatever,
but
man.
see,
I've been watching shit.
but remember the drying the Sahara becoming a desert and being lush and desert. It happened multiple times. It didn't happen just once.
Okay,
So it
because they was
depends. It
talking about
depend.
11,000 years ago.
Yeah, 13,000 years ago, you have a different situation as well.
Okay.
So, but to kind of get more to where your question was at is, um, you talking about always there? Were you talking about in the Nile Valley area, or where were
Yeah,
you
in
talking
the
about?
Nile Valley area before it dried up and them people pushed their way, that way. Who was already there?
Well, okay, the actual Nile Valley and the Delta was scarcely populated all throughout different time periods for whatever reasons. The one of the main motivations or motivators to cause a larger population to converge on the Nile was the desertification of the Sahara and other things. That's not the only, but that was a major motivator right there to come, to find water and to become more sedentary, relocate. So you have people migrating into that area, converging on that area from multiple directions. So people came upward from the south. Some people came from an eastward direction in there, which we now would say the Sinai area, Levant coming in. People coming from the west, which would be on the side of Libya, coming towards the Nile. So, but all of that is like in that geographical location. We can't even mention Egypt at these points in times. Egypt
Right.
is not there as an entity or anything that we think of as Egypt. It's just populations groups starting to find their way to the Nile area. This is why I always say that people got to be careful when they talk about this stuff, because people want to get into genetics and have a genetic conversation when it comes to this, which is cool if you respect the level of genetics, the conversation on that level. So there was no one homogeneous group of people there. It was always different pockets of people that settled along the Nile and the Delta and the valley. And so what I was saying the other night though is whenever we mention the word Egypt, we're talking about something totally different now. We're talking about what is Egypt now? Egypt is a country. It is a polity that we say, but most people don't really know the word polity. So people say country or the international definition of a state. So the state forming country or kingdom of Egypt is what is Egypt. That didn't happen until way later. That happened around 30, give it 3100 BCE as a date. And so how that formed and all of that, the major contributing factor of that came from this territory that people misnomer now as Nubia. And that's what I was going over the other night, last night or whatever. And so that is a south to north movement. So although the Nile Valley and the Delta was humanly populated in different pockets or whatnot, what we know is Egypt and everything we come to know about it, that came from the south upward. So it's almost like right now the east coast of the United States is populated, right? There's people live all the way in Maine, Rhode Island, Boston, all the way down to the tip of Florida, right? So people live up and down the east coast or let's just say the whole country. Like everybody, people live all over the United States of America, right? Right or wrong?
Right.
And everybody in the United States have come from different places, right?
Right.
You have a native population that's been here the longest, but then you have a whole bunch of other people that end up being here for generations, and we all just here now. But now check this out. Where did hip hop originate? Hip hop, people say, originated in New York. And then the movement of hip hop started to radiate outward from New York and coming across the country. So to say that hip hop radiates from a genesis point, and then radiates outward is the same thing that we say ancient Egypt, and what we know as its kingship, its administrative structure and everything like that. It has a genesis at a point, and then it radiates upward. Even though people were there, but what we know as Egypt radiates, and that's the argument I was making last night. When we know what we're talking about when we say Nubia is the mother of Egypt, using the misnomer so people can understand. But that's what we mean. We don't mean anything other than that.
Right.
The genesis from that territory, just like New York. New York is not a person. New
Right.
York is not a person. It's a state. Like we call it's a state today, but it's a geographical territory that we know as New York. Hip hop cultivated itself in that territory, and then it started to spread. It came down south, and then you have West Coast rap, Dirty South,
Now
and
white boy
Midwest.
rapping. Yeah.
Everything. Now it's global. It's global. Rap is global. Rap, hip hop, and all that stuff is in jingles of every commercial now and everything. I mean, it's all over. So it's really no different than that. So this
So
whole fight about go ahead. I'm sorry.
did the Nahisi? I heard you were speaking of them. Did the Nahisi, the people in that territory or whatever, Nubia, and below that Kush, did those people have scarifications on like they do now in the Nile Sahara? The people with the scarifications.
Yeah, some of them did. Yep, because even the Egyptian artwork, you can see that they put what look like wrinkles or shalooks on their skin in some artifacts.
But
Yep.
some didn't, right?
Yeah. I would only imagine some did and some didn't, but we could look at the representation that some of them did have scarification, and so we have to understand that while Egypt was growing its structure, south of Egypt was also growing a structure. So they had monarchs and they had their state forming aspect as well. Became the Kush Empire and everything, the kingdom of Kush.
Okay.
But then there's an
Do
area.
you,
See,
what do you?
let me just say this: whenever you have two dominant entities, just like planets, planets have gravity, stars have gravity, and so when two kind of equal in gravitational forces, two bodies of pretty equal gravitational forces, or in the ballpark range of each other in terms of strength, when they start to get close to each other, there's an area of disturbance, there's an area of convergence and disturbance and all kinds of things. And so the southern border of Egypt and the northern border of Sudan, in that area that scholars call Nubia, that was such an area. It was always an area of a little bit of weight and gravity from Egypt and Kush and stuff like that. That was always kind of a delicate situation,
Right.
and that goes for any border, even Mexico in modern times, when Trump was president, he was trying to build a wall, or I guess they still building a wall.
But but you gonna still go back and forth because the people, the big wigs politics, but you're just the normal commoners. I'm pretty sure they going back and forth between that border, like like it ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because they like we don't, we doing business, or we going to see family members or whatever, right?
Hey, that's funny that you mentioned that because that's exactly what happened at the southern border of Egypt. See, Egypt's national stance was basically to vilify Ta-Nehisi and the Nehisiu people, right? But that was the official stance. That was like the national stance. But on the ground, to the everyday people, man, people from Ta-Nehisi was coming up in Egypt and vice versa, marrying each other and everything. People having Egyptian names that was originally from the Nehisi area and vice versa. So
Yeah.
that's exactly the same.
Cool.
Um,
That's good talk,
my
man.
I was gonna ask about some of the original deities that we see, like some of the oldest ones. I would say not original, but some of the oldest ones. Would you say that it was then get into like maybe the oldest Trinity as well, like one of the first Trinities that you probably researched or read about is Bes and Ptah, some of the oldest ones that you see in Kemet that probably I would say maybe came from somewhere else or some of the first ones used.
Just repeat your question because I don't know if it was me or you came in and out. I heard you say
Oh my
Trinity.
bad. Oh dang. So I was saying was Bes and Ptah, some of the oldest deities or that you would see. Some of the original ones, some of the first ones used that kind of before like Het Haru and Sekhmet and just all of the other different so back like would you say that Bes was one of the oldest ones that possibly came from uh, up the Nile or even possibly further um, up the Nile and Ptah? That's what I asked.
Well, yeah, they are definitely the OGs of deities, if we were to call them such things. They're a couple of them and more like Satuk. People don't really realize that Satuk is old, and
Hmm.
the older ones are not as popular as some. Like everybody knows Heru, everybody knows Osiris, Isis. And that's the names they popularly known by. And but they're older. But see, we have to distinguish older as in attested, where we can find the mention among, in the record, or old as in priority, which one came first in terms of their function in the mythos and things like that. So, for example, Atum is prior to Geb and Nut and Shu and Tefnut and so on and so forth. In terms of the myth order, the chronological order in the myth, in terms of who came from who and whatnot, who emanated from who. But let's just say that the name Atum or the name Tefnut is attested before Atum, and so that creates this little awkward thing going on. So there's a difference between old deity in terms of attestation or whatever the case is versus their placement in the stories and stuff.
Makes sense. Gotcha.
Because Nun, there's nothing before that. So Nun outdates them all in terms of storyline chronology. But you gotta ask yourself: is Nun an old deity? Or is Bes older than Nun? Or is Satuk older than Nun?
Right.
Things like that. And that's what people
Or you,
confuse.
right. I was gonna say, or you when you get into the Anid or Ogdo or what would you call the Pasejic, uh, like those would have to come after none in terms of order. But I guess I was
Yeah.
talking about yeah. I was really
I'm
referring
just saying.
to. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I'm saying that. So we just have to distinguish that. But I think you were talking about in terms of older as far as attestation is like, because Bess is
Yeah.
in the record older. Satuk, even Bast, and some deities that are not as popular, you know.
Got you.
So yeah,
Mhm. Hey, Woo.
but that's kind of telling too, because remember a lot of the deities are an amalgamation of concepts merged. And you know, and I used to have these arguments with people. There are, believe it or not, there are people who believe that the Egyptian gods were humans or were real. And and you know, I understand why people feel that way, but the moment that you do dive in and you learn about them, you'll rule that out real quick. That's one of the first things that you would rule out, because you'll realize that they're an amalgamation of different concepts put into an organized way into stories to become, you know, ontological and taxonomic labels for how to order, you know, a group of people's existence and so on and so forth. And that's what these
Yeah,
gods
that's
are. That's how come even with atheists they say, you know, they don't believe in any gods. I'm like, well, you can't say that about certain you know, traditional communities, because their gods don't fit that same thing as like the Abrahamic gods. Yahweh, Elohim, Allah, Jesus, Adonai, El, Iliun. It doesn't fit those same things.
Woo, I had a question for you, man.
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, I like to know what the commoners do, right? I like to know where they go use the bathroom at. I would like to know, the kids, did they have rubber balls? Did they play some sort of soccer? Where did they go have sex at? I know they roof was flat. You know, they would go sleep out on the roof at night, right? Because it was kind of cool. That's where they went over there and did their little thing. You know, tell me about the commoners, because I know y'all talking about their priesthood and all that, but I like to know about the common folk.
Well, check this out. That it's known, and there are books. There's books on it. As a matter of fact, let me find this book. I'm gonna tell you a good book to address that and more. I see it in my head, but I don't remember the name of it. It's the life of ancient Egypt lifestyle, something like that. Hold on, give me 1 second. But while I'm looking for it, I can say this: the reason why it's not talked about as much is because what was documented and recorded more was the administration, wars, other things. Like the everyday life was less documented and preserved in a preserved way. So what found its way in stone was the more political things, or related to the priesthood, or very important, because the priest is really a person with a very important job.
Right,
What we
because
call it today?
you would
Go
say the
ahead.
commoners wasn't really, most of the Egyptians wasn't illiterate at the time. You had to be in the priesthood or the scribe or something like that, right?
Yeah. So the everyday life, even if recorded, didn't survive as much because that didn't make the stone medium of documentation. And then in papyri, what was buried with people was more so of the same. So the lesser important things were used on ostraca, which are pottery shards that were used and reused and overused and so on and so forth. And they're a little more fragile. They could break, and to get reused, you throw that one away and get a new one, and so on and so forth. So we don't have a lot of that material intact today. But what we do have, scholars have written on it. You know, I think it's one called Daily Life in Ancient Egypt. It talks about, men and women, poems, letters written to each other, children playing the kind of games they had. They went hunting, fishing, trying to catch birds, trying to catch fish, and all kinds of things. So,
And
Right.
then wouldn't it be kind of difficult to like generalize what all of the commoners did? Like if they try to look back on us and they like, yo, all of the commoners, like all we did was watch football games, basketball games, but here we have it. I don't watch football. I don't know who's playing. I do like certain players. I do like, certain players or maybe even certain, I wouldn't even say certain teams now, but it's kind of hard to say what everybody did, but it's good you get a general consensus of what most of the people did, but you always got those like we're not politicians or we're not what we would necessarily the elite, so at the
mhm.
same time there's a middle, I guess there's a gray area. There's always a gray area. So even when we do read about that or we do hear, we just got to know that there were certain people that just probably did, a little bit different things. Like when you read about the maxims of Ptahhotep and any of those things, and he writes so eloquently about his son and what he wants his son to be like and never do this and be like this and just social decorum and etiquette. It just kind of make me think like there were other people that he might have knew that were just regular people that thought along those lines or just, so I don't know. I just want to kind of like add that in.
Oh, okay. No, but I mean, in general, it's very safe to just say that ancient Egyptians were like normal people like us today. Obviously, they didn't have the same environment and electronics and gadgets and things we had, but in terms of a lot of the same things they did, they were very very normal, and they did the things we do. They fuss fight, they played, they they argued, they had to get away from one another and veg out,
They drank a lot too,
all those
didn't
kind of
they?
things.
They drunk a lot too, didn't
Um, I mean, you hear about beer, their brand of beer.
And
Obviously, they didn't
wine.
have like, yeah, they didn't have
they? I think the only the
malt,
only the rich folks had the
a
wine,
liquor
but I
store.
know everybody else had the beer, right?
Yeah, because of the way it was made, it was
Yeah.
more plentiful than the grapes for the wine. Yeah, and
Where they
Last
get
even
their
meat.
question.
Like
weed from?
people think that you said where they get what weed.
Where they get their weed from?
He said
La-
who was the weed
Last
man? You
question.
got you
Yeah,
got
where was the dispensary at? Was it on the west side of the Nile or the east side of the Nile?
last
you got
last last
you got you
question
got
for you, Woo. Last
you got
question
to
for you,
travel
Woo, and I
north
gotta
to the.
go.
All right, Weedham
Last
Hotep.
question.
But go ahead.
Last question for you, Woo, and I gotta go, man. But I want to know this: who is your favorite? Uh, I don't like to say pharaoh. Who is your favorite Nissa Beauty, and Uh, what is your favorite dynasty?
That's a good question. I don't even have an answer for that. I really don't, cause somebody
All right.
somebody asked
Next
me that
time I
before.
talk to you, you give me that, man.
Yeah, somebody. No, I'm saying I really don't. Like people ask me what's my favorite color, and I have a hard time with that too. But I'm saying somebody asked me what you asked me before, and I really couldn't. I didn't have an answer then, and I thought about it. I'm like, man, I don't really have a favorite. I have my least favorites though, in terms of I don't like the intermediate periods in Egyptian history. I don't really care too much for those, only because um it's not orderly and structured like how you can deal with the old, middle, and late kingdoms. You can like see it, and it makes sense, and you can connect the dots easier than the intermediate periods. Times when you have King Apophis ruling from the top and then quarreling with the people in Thebes and stuff. Like, wait a minute, all this is Egypt though. And so it can get a little bit more detailed and confusing and whatnot. But favorite pharaohs now, because see, I have different criteria, because I'm gonna tell you you said pharaoh, but a king, Nisut Bidi.
Right.
Um, One that people sleep on is even Seti the first. uh, Minmad Ra. If you look at his tomb and all that kind of stuff, people sleep on Seti first. Ramses is very very popular. Tutankhamun is very popular because I can say only, but he became very popular because his tomb was one of the most left intact tombs ever. So all of the riches that were in his tomb were still there when they discovered it. So he became very very popular because his all three of his coffins and his kiosk and altars and everything was there. The golden, they made of gold. He has mask, all that stuff. So it became very very famous.
Oh,
And then
oh,
next to him or with him is Ramses because he did so much, so grandiose. But you got Thutmose who built all the way down the Temple of Amen, all the way down in what scholars like to call Nubia, or down
okay.
in the
Well,
south.
who
But go
who
ahead.
made the most? Who made the most impact? Was it King Narmer? Was it Menchu Hotep, or would you say Ramses?
Man, well, for Namr, we don't have as much information that we do for the other two you
I would think you
mentioned.
would say Narmer because of the unification of both lands, but I'm just throwing that out
Yeah,
there.
no, but I'm saying, yeah, that much, but we don't have much else. Like the Namr palette don't tell us much, and people be trying to have a whole conversation on it, but it only but so many glyphs, like a handful of glyphs, and then those glyphs are very obscure because it's not grammarly fruitful and stuff. So everybody's like guessing at what the glyphs are saying and pictures are saying and stuff. That's just I don't even get involved with that. But so I'm saying we don't have much when it comes as much when it comes to Namr as we do as Monchu Hotep and Ramses. Now Ramses, we got the battles and all of that kind of stuff. So it's like plentiful. And so you say the most impact, believe it or not, another
Peppy,
slept on, another
Peppy.
slept on. Now Pepe, see that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't have a favorite because the moment you mention it, like a bunch of stuff just come in my head. But I'm gonna tell you one that people won't readily name is Ma'at Kara, aka Hatshepsut. People don't
Mm,
know how much she did. Like that king, people like to call the queen Hatshepsut, but that's incorrect. She is actually King Hatshepsut. But as king, she did a whole lot. She brought Egypt to another glory state with the expeditions to Punt and the building of the Holy of Holies, which is that if you ever see that picture of a temple that looks like it's built into the mountain,
yeah.
yeah, that's Jesseru, the sacred of sacred places. All of that, the chapels, the White Chapel, the Red Chapel, the expedition to Punt. So trading, she had that down on lock, and the people thrived during her reign. So she's somebody that slept on a lot. Then you have Amenhotep the first. I believe he's somebody that people sleep on. But now, what do you call it? Athmos, Kathmos, the driving back out of the so-called Hyksos and stuff becomes a very popular topic. They're very very high on the list because they're the ones that finally brought Egypt back to its rightful state and things like that with Mentu Hotep. And believe it or not, also that's when Kemet was first called Kemet during the 11th dynasty. So, that era of time starting the Middle Kingdom, what became the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, which is the classical part of the kingdom, is very, very nice. So a lot of people choose
Mm.
that era of time because that's where Middle Egyptian comes out of, which is a style or a a language that lasted throughout pretty much the rest of Egyptian history in writing, but maybe not in what was spoken. So a lot of the later documents were written in Middle Egyptian, the
Right
important
on.
ones.
Well, appreciate
You
it,
know.
man. Man, that was good conversation with you, Woo.
All right, no problem. No problem, man. Yeah, and let me know. Are you on Facebook?
I got a Facebook page, but I barely be on it. But I'll be on there.
Okay, only reason I say that because I have a Facebook Messenger inbox group where anybody's interested. We kind of keep up with each other in there when we're not online or whatever. Just to like I'll make announcements or whatever.
Okay,
So my name is Wajao on Facebook. So send me a message or a friend request
I sure
on
will,
there.
man. I
Yeah.
sure
Okay.
will.
All right.
I'm gonna get at you,
And
man.
then
I'm gonna join the class too.
okay, I appreciate it.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Y'all be out, man.
Okay.
All right, bro. Peace.
We
All right, peace.
so I see we got welcome to Sister Mika on the panel.
Hotep, can I be heard?
Yep, we can hear you loud and
Oh,
clear.
it works. Okay. Since I don't know, because I came in late, so I just want to ask a question. Um, when they was conquering, people was conquering Egypt or whatever, like
Yeah.
the European and all of that. I want to know, did later on they was considered um Remic or Egyptians, or that's what I want to know. What would they call then?
Okay, let me I just want to make sure I'm clear. When you say the Europeans conquered them, give me a time frame about.
Um, Towards the end, I mean, of the time frame. um,
I mean, you have to be exact. I'm just saying, are you talking about the Greeks, like the Romans, the Persians, the Arabs?
yeah,
Um,
all of them. Okay, let's say all of them, all the groups. Was they considered Egyptian or Remic? I mean, what would they call then?
okay, so I'll give you an example and probably answer your question. Um, Matter of fact, I do better than that. I can do better than that. I could show you. I could show you better than I could tell you. Man, is this gonna be fast or something? I gotta look all up and everything. See, I
Peace,
usually
Mike.
be ready.
Mika.
Oh, yeah, you go ahead.
I was just,
Niwa, sir. I'm
I
I'm
was just
just I'm
saying
looking for
peace to
something to
her.
show.
Sometimes I see her in different chats and I say what's up, so it'll be silly for me not to say what's up. I'm just saying what's up to her.
Peace, peace.
Oh, okay. I am trying to find some images and to show you while I say what I'm about to say, and I can't seem to find it quick.
Yeah, I
So
brought it. Yeah, I brought it up because Europeans, they say they were pharaohs and they the Egyptian and all that. And sometimes we don't claim what it was or is, or so I just wanted to
mhm.
know, what do they call themselves?
Okay.
Like the
Well, let me
different
just answer.
Ptolemies, like doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me answer it. And I was gonna show you, but I'll answer it because I don't want to take too long. Um, and that was a good example you brought the Ptolemies. I was gonna show you the Ptolemaic kings in Egypt, and they were Egyptian kings. And so when we asked, okay, what were they called? They were actually Nisud Biti within Egypt, and we all know that a Nisud Biti or king is the highest ranking person in the entire country as an Egyptian. So Ptolemy, you have the last Cleopatra, and so on and so forth. That's what we know their names, but they had
Oh, so
Egyptian
they
names
would
as
be
well.
Egyptian. Oh, so they would be Egyptian, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Europeans are right. They were Egyptians, because yeah.
Well, no, but see when they say it though, they like if you hear them say that, they're saying the Egyptians. Like the Egyptians were Caucasians or white people is what is coming behind that statement. If they were to say, well, Egypt had Ptolemaic rulers, then that's a fact. And
Right.
were those rulers Egyptian while they ruled? Yes. They were referred to as Nisut Bidi. They had the whole regalia. They had all the iconography. Everything is on the walls. You look at the temple of Edfu, the temple of Het Heru in Dendera, and all of that. It speaks for itself. But when people say, okay, yeah, Europeans were Egyptians, they're making other statements when they do that. So so we can't just full stock swallow that one, because that's not true. Europeans were not Egyptians in the blanket sense. No, not at all. That's late. That's Greek, Roman. You know, by the
Yep.
time
The
the Arabs.
British was there. Everybody was there. Yep.
Yeah, like look at the people there right now. The people there right now nationally, they're Egyptian nationals, so they are Egyptians. So, and that's a factual statement. Are people in Egypt right now, are they Egyptians? We have to say yes. But they're not Egyptians in the sense of ancient Egyptians, which are defined by culture, because the people there today do not practice ancient Egyptian culture. The country is a Muslim country, and the Islam is in conflict with Egyptian culture.
And the people
Period.
before them were the Italians, right?
I mean, you got to remember, the French invaded Egypt, the British invaded Egypt. They had a lot of They had a lot of military invasions. They had a lot of different invasions at different times. You had the Persian, Greek, Roman. I'm not saying them in any particular order. Arab, French, British. I mean, the whole fight over the Rosetta Stone and you remember Napoleon. That's the whole rumor.
How
Napoleon
about the Asian? Was they?
had his whole yeah, the
Yep.
Amo. That's the well, would you consider Asian? West Asians, people coming down from the Levant. Egypt was the grab bag. Everybody was trying to grab. So the statements. I mean, we can make factual statements, but we can't start to exaggerate. And that's what people do when they make. They play on that. You can't say Europeans were Egyptians and just leave it like that. Where's Greece? Greece is in Europe, right? So when the Greeks came and invaded, and they held certain positions, administratively, whatever the case is, at that particular time, we could say those statements. Can't say Europeans were Egyptians. No. You know what I mean? No. You know how many people tour Egypt now? Are they saying, like, everybody that tours Egypt, all of a sudden they can gonna claim that they're Egyptians? Like, that their whole population is
So,
gonna be
so I
Egyptians?
mean, if you lived there for a very long time, you would be Egyptian, right?
You mean now or back then?
I mean now.
Well, Egyptian. See, now you're getting into a nationality of being a member of a nation. And so the other day I read the qualifications to become an Egyptian national. You're either born there by birth, or you have one parent that's born there, or you could be adopted and your parents could be unknown, and or you could be naturalized and become an Egyptian citizen. So as long as you comply to those rules and things like that, you can become an Egyptian citizen. And just like in United States, pretty much you come here, you follow all the prerequisites, you can get your residency, your green card, and your residency, and become a citizen. It's
But
no
when we
different.
talk about like who are the Egyptians, sometimes what we mean by that is like, yo, who built these pyramids? Like, who is responsible for this literature, this artwork, this culture? Not who came in and copied it, or like started to act as if it was their own. Like, who are the right? And so and I'm just kind of saying it like, because when we ask the question, it's kind of like again, this one of those things where you got to be okay. What do you mean by like who are the Egyptians? Like who started the culture, or who are living there, born? You know what I mean? Because sometimes when I'm in
No,
DC, okay, go ahead.
no.
Go
Okay, see, all of these conversations like that fall under the larger umbrella of identity. And when we have these identity conversations, they're multi-layered. And so you have a layer. So let me just give you the simple layers. You have a tribal layer of identity. You have ethnicity, tribal. Then you have a national layer. Then you may have a continental layer. So we have Africans. That's a continent. That's a continental layer. So we can put a bunch of people under that category of African, because they are domiciled on the continent of Africa. But then a layer below that, which gets more detailed. The lower you go, you get more and more detail. So now I can say Kenyan. So now, although I have a bucket of Africans, now I have to take a smaller portion from that bigger bucket of Africans and put them in the bucket of Kenya or Kenyan. And then among the smaller bucket of Kenya, now I can dig even more detail and say, okay, I got Luo people or Kikuyu people or Maasai people. So now I'm getting into the ethnicity or tribal level. And so we have to understand those levels. So when you say, so you have to first define what makes an Egyptian first. And then, the conversation will move a little bit smoother on those topics. What defines an Egyptian as an Egyptian? And I keep saying they didn't have that Home Depot paint swatch for paint colors, checking skin color before you can before you could come in and out of Egypt. It was a lot of factors, and it's a complex thing, and people we want to simplify a little too much. When it comes to that culture, all the cultural items and things like that. But so what makes an Egyptian? An Egyptian. The Remech, they call themselves the Remech. That was a national identity. There was other people there, and people can become Egyptian. People can actually lose their Egyptianism. The tale of Senuhe is a perfect example. My man grew up, born and raised in Egypt, grew up in the ranks, very close to the heir to the throne of Egypt. Breaks out because somebody gets killed, leaves the country, makes a name for himself in another country, learns their customs and their ways and everything, and then he's no longer Egyptian. So when he comes back, because he wants to be buried at home in a grave of his home, he has to be re-Egyptianized. So he has to go through a certain process to become an Egyptian again, for lack of a better word.
Do you consider yourself from DC, or are you an Atlantean now?
No, I'm from DC. I was born and raised in
No, I
DC.
mean, but are you what would they call them? Are you one of the people? Are you okay? So
Washington,
you consider yourself from
Washingtonian.
the district, Washingtonian? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm from there. Yeah, I will never not be from there because that's where I was born.
But I mean, you're always a Washingtonian, even if you're in Atlanta. You tell like, and you're in Atlanta longer than you were ever in DC, if that's possible. I'm not sure when you left, but
No, I'm a Georgian now, but I'm from. See, the operative word is from. I'm from DC. I was born and raised in DC, the DMV, DC, Maryland, and Virginia area. But I'm Georgian now. I am now Georgian. Even when I talk to people who my friends that still live there, I've been lost. I sound country to them. You
yeah,
know.
what they call it, Bama. Yeah, Bama.
Yeah, I'm a Bama. Like, yeah. Oh, there's some Bamas down there. Yeah, I'm
Yeah, that's what
definitely
they say.
a bona fide Bama. But when I first moved down here, though, boy, that was different. I saw it with my own eyes. I see the difference. But now I'm too influenced. I'm too influenced.
Right.
I'm still repping New York.
Nah, But see, you know, like Rakim said, it's not where you from, it's where you at.
That-
Word.
So Mika, you are a Floridian. You don't even sound like you from New York anymore, Mika.
oh, really? Sure.
No, you sound like before you know it, you gonna like the people where you live. Where you live
But
at in Florida? I'm sorry. Where you live at again? You live near Orlando?
No,
Keep
yeah,
forgetting.
yeah. I live in
Are,
Palm
are,
Bay.
are there a lot of Spanish speaking people around you?
No, not really.
Okay.
But
oh, that's
I
what I
know
heard.
Spanish. Yeah, I know Spanish. I mean, people. I mean, I got Spanish people in my family, so.
It sounded like
Okay.
you from the islands. When I first heard you speak, I was like, she might be from like
Like,
St. Thomas or
yeah.
something. But again,
She been hanging around island folks.
but see, I think it's in you though. Like I don't even think it's. I think it's more so what's in you. Like man, like people will say sometimes like they can't really tell. Like when I speak, they'll say like, "Oh, I could hear St. Louis." Like when I just say "her," you could hear it, and I might with those R's, you're gonna be able to hear it.
Yeah,
But
her.
if yeah, like it's just natural. But at the same time, I was born in California. I lived in California for most of my life. So but when I was in DC, that was my favorite place to live. I couldn't believe. I said, "Whoa, this place feels different than any place in the United States that I ever lived in. Chicago, any place." So I loved it more, and I would have loved to be like, "Oh yeah, I'm from just like the Ptolemies." Like I wanted to be like forever from DC, like forget everywhere else. But at the same time, I knew that it wasn't where I was really at. It was just inside of me. It's a whole lot of mixture between like different places for real. St. Louis and California. So I don't know. Sometimes I don't even think it's where I'm at because I don't like being in St. Louis. When I'm here, I don't even like being here for real. So, but yeah, I don't know. That's a difficult a difficult analysis, a way to like I guess to summarize it, to try to figure out like how do you like establish something firm and like, okay, you've been here, then you left here. Don't you think that's like a case by case sort of thing, or no?
Like I said, we got to respect the layers that I just defined. It depends on
Mm-hmm.
because we're talking identity. You're trying to identify yourself or somebody else, and there's multiple layers to it. And so imagine if the United States had no states, borders, no political territories, no state borders. Like there was no Georgia and Florida, but yet it was the shape of the United States. Like we still live here, but let's say there was no state political organization at all. The question is, would you be able to tell one state from another if you lived in a place and you left and then you went to another geographical territory, but yet there was no state lines as we know it today and stuff like that. So is a state the territory itself, or is it a result of multiple things, including the people and how they behave and how the mannerisms and so on and so forth. So all of those factors have to come into play. But now it's easy for me to say that because we do have borders, and within those borders, every state has a set of laws, and laws tend to structure things. What you can and cannot do, and blah blah blah. So it does have an impact on behavior. And you have what's called jurisdictions and stuff like that. But imagine if we didn't have that. Is there a detectable difference between if let's say I'm coming from Georgia and then I start making my way up the East Coast? I will detect differences right now. Even if I didn't know where the borderline was, like you see the sign "Welcome to Virginia," whatever the case is. But once you're there and you start to mingle and observe and stuff like that, you'll be able to detect these nuances and these differences.
But what if it was somebody like Emmy Cat, and then she leaves Kenya, and she has such a strong cultural influence in her accent? It would take longer for somebody to for other people to possibly identify her, because might take a lot longer. Maybe it wouldn't happen for her accent to ever, dissipate or leave.
Oh yeah, in that sense, I thought you meant identifier. She'd be the quickest to identify because the proximity is so far. Like you couldn't detect the gradient between South Georgia, North Georgia, or Georgia and South Carolina. At certain points, it's like a gradient. It's not like a cut and dry. Like soon as you cross this line, immediately, whatever. I mean, it's rare for that to happen. But in that case, but here's a funny thing. Usually people who are born and raised in an area that has some distinct characteristics, if they relocate and move somewhere, and then they develop new characteristics, whether the way you speak, like me, like if I go back in DC right now, everybody will say, I sound totally different than I should, and whatnot. But it wouldn't take me too long to pop right back into the whole DC vibe, because that was part of my formidable years of my life and everything like that. So that learning curve, that relearning curve would be boop. It'd be quick. And I noticed that I have Jamaican friends from Jamaica, and I noticed that since I've known them, like I don't detect they're from Jamaica, but when they take a family trip and go to Jamaica and they stay for like a month in the summertime and they come back, boy, man, they got that hard accent.
Yeah.
They got all the words like rekindled, and accents coming like they came here for the first time type of thing. And same thing with United Kingdom, British. I got British friends. They talk normal. Then all of a sudden they get on the phone with somebody in Britain, or they take a trip over. They come back. It's like, use lot.
Right.
They start, use lot and use lotting you to death and everything like that. I'm like, so anyway, I'm just saying. So it's like riding a bike. You pick up on it real quick. But we're different here because one, we don't have a tendency to have multiple languages under our belt. But you go everywhere else around the world, people are speaking, they're at least bilingual.
Yep.
So we're handicapped right there off the rip in terms of having this variety. I see we got a SAR on the chat, on the panel.
I saw in the house.
Peace of soil.
Peace, my bad. I forgot I had mic muted. Peace and blessings, everyone on the panel, and of course, those of you who are listening live, and those of you who are catching the archives. How y'all doing?
Yes, indeed.
At the
So
top of your
Mika,
voice, thumb up the video, like, share, subscribe.
All that good stuff.
yeah, Mika came on trying to bully us into believing the Egyptians were European.
They
No,
were.
I'm just playing.
I came in on the part wanting to have that discussion and just give kind of a personal experience from like the last time that I was in Egypt, which was in 2015. I was way down in Aswan and past Aswan. So this is where, they consider it quote unquote Nubia, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when we're going down in the boat, you see black folks, you waving at folks on the shore. Then you just see this kind of pocket of whiteness, kind of, right? And then some more black folks, and then some sprinkle white folks. I'm like, what is this? And they're all just chilling together, on the shore of the Nile. And it was made known to us a little later that those were Syrian refugees. And because at that time, I don't know if it was a civil war or something going on in Syria, right? And so a lot of them found their way as refugees into Egypt and found themselves in Aswan. And if you know anything about Egyptian history, that was kind of common. Like, whether it was wars or droughts, even the biblical story has the Israelites coming into Egypt as a result of drought. And so Egypt has been a refuge for many, many different groups, especially coming out of the Middle East. And so, the knowing this history and some other history in terms of their the Egyptian identity and the like, uh, made me ask this one question in terms of like, who was the original group that you would consider the Egyptians? Because at some point, then it's just become everybody who's a citizen of the state becomes a quote unquote Egyptian. It may even take on the moniker of the name. There's some circumstantial evidence, and I'm mad because I don't have e-copies of the books. I only have physical books, but they're all in Philly, in my spot in Philly. But it discusses possibly that the Egyptians may have, in certain circumstances, recognized them as Egyptians, but of foreign origin, right? And I just haven't had time to really kind of delve into that, so I really don't have much to say, at least accurately. But kind of remembering one of my more recent presentations on the Remech. If you don't mind me sharing my screen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
What's
ahead,
up?
teach.
Alrighty. Right. So just these few slides. So of course we know that this is the phrase, Remech in Kemet, or the people of Kemet. But we also know that the Remech is kind of the indigenous name, at least one of them, that we can more readily identify for a native-born Egyptian. And the question I asked was, okay, well, if, and just a little background, of course, historically in the field of Egyptology, there has been, from its inception, this kind of Hamitic race theory, or just this Asiatic theory in which the Egyptians emerge as a continuation of some people who migrated from Asia, Eurasia, and settled in and built up the ancient Egyptian civilization. And the question then becomes, okay, well, when people migrate, they bring with them their sense of identity and what they call themselves. They may be called by other names by other people, but they have a sense of what they would call themselves. So when I'm looking at the languages, we know that the Egyptians called themselves Remech from the very old kingdom. And so I look into the Berber languages because the word Remech means man, husband, person, human being, and then in the plural sense, kind of mankind, people, right? And so if they came from Eurasia, more than likely they would either be speaking Indo-European or a Semitic language. If the surviving languages would be in attestation, it's always humanly possible that there was some other language groups there which no longer exist, for which the original group emerged out of Eurasia, and then their descendants or their related groups either had merged with the current groups or they died out, right? Kind of like Neanderthal. However, the fact that the ancient Egyptian can be shown to have strong genetic relationships with languages in inner Africa, and the whole story and the other evidence, strong evidence that they came from the South, uh, doesn't make that particular theory highly plausible. But, for the sake of argument, let's assume that they were Semitic speakers or Berber speakers. The very word or phrase that they're using to identify themselves, to announce to the world who they are, the Remetch, if it comes out of those two groups, then we would the expectation would be that we would at least be able to find the words in their language for the same word in their language for people, human being, man, or husband, right? So when we look up just the word for man and husband, human beings, right? There's a number of words in Egyptian. I could have put Ankh up here. I could have put, rekiet, some other words. There's a whole bunch of words for human being and even male. But looking at the Berber column, the dominant is Argaz. Then you have this Wugid and Atur As, right? And then in Semitic, Akkadians, Akaru, Ugaritic, Met, which I think is a borrowing from Egyptian, Syriac, Gabra, which is just a root for strong and to be strong and strength, and so it just kind of doubles as a word for man, male at least. And then you have all these other forms, so you can see it's really not consistent amongst the Semitic speakers as just a basic word for man, but none of them resemble or that we can argue from a standpoint of regular sound correspondences matches what we find here in the Egyptian Remetch or in Coptic Romi, Lomi, etc. Right? And so we do the same thing for the word for person or human being. We kind of see the same thing in Berber, so they kind of double, just like in Egyptian, for the word for man, as in male. But in Semitic, again, inconsistencies in terms of just the basic word for human being. You would think for all these closely related languages that the word for human being would in fact be consistent through them all, and that is not the case. And I think the most dominant is either going to be Adam, or some variant of this Nasha, but we can see here no consistency, and so it doesn't, and none of these match the Egyptian Remetch. And this is just a more expanded. So there's a particular source that I have, which is a historical comparative linguistics exercise book, and learning how to do historical comparative linguistics using the Semitic languages as a test. And so on this far left corner, you see the word for person, and this is a classic Swadesh list. For words of comparisons, you can see all of these different variations of a word just for person, and so none of them resemble the word Remetch. And so the reality that either the concept of the Remetch comes out of the Semitic speakers or the Berbers is not looking good. There's no supporting evidence of such a thing. But however, let me go back. Here's a few terms that match, and as a result of regular sound correspondences between these languages in ancient Egyptian, words for husband, man, person, and the like in Bantu, for example, and Ki Nandio, Mulume, and Timbo, Mulume, Chiluba, Mulume, and Bochi, Olumi, husbandman. In the Nuer language in Sudan, Ram, person, human being, individual. Azir, Remne, child. Sango, Lo. Somali, Lab. Dogon, Dime, person, etc., right? And even this word here in Dinka, Ran, actually that is, people may not realize, but that version of the word for the Dinka, and it has an N instead of an M at the end, often indicates the loss of a voiceless consonant like a T. So in the early Dinka, they may have had that ch or T sound in later times, as a result of the initial palatalization of the K. So you see there's a different series in Africa, an R series, where Remech is pronounced with an R, or in an L series where it's pronounced with an L, so it'd be Lemech, Lomech, Lomich, however you want to say it. Then there's an N series, Nomo, Nome, Numech, if you want to say, Nuni, et cetera, right? And then there's a zero series where the R is dropped, but consistently you always see in the second consonant position the M sound is in Mary, and then the initial sounds are usually altered and dropped depending upon the language. And I want to just mention here in this N series that even like among the Dogon, they have a word nomo, and their word nomo is also a word for fish, right? Or like some kind of amphibious being. And they use it in their mythology and lore that, the Nomo comes from a particular star system and came to the earth. And, the first Nomo gave birth to the first human being. And, we come from the Nomo. But there's a word Nomo that literally means human being, and person. So it's two separate words, and it's just an example of something that y'all were talking about earlier in terms of the synthesis of deities per se. But in linguistics we call it paronymy, and it kind of permeates through all areas of life, not just in the articulation of a particular deity, but moving on. So when I go to these various different African countries, and I could have put more around here, but I didn't want to clutter too much the map to where it's really kind of unreadable, but just enough to put here that these particular variations that you can see, that where the Berber speakers exist and live over here, there's no such correspondence. When you go to the Semitic speakers over here, even if the ones who came later and joined and became the those different Ethiopian groups who adopted the Semitic language from Yemen, none of them have the word, with the exception in the area of the original Cushitic speakers, the Oromo, right? So all of these variations are for person, words for person, human being, man, male, etc. Right? And so there's a principle in biology that we adopt in linguistics. It's called the principle of the most diversity and least moves. And this is something that they are looking into in terms of trying to figure out where the origin of some kind of species is in nature. And so the expectation is, or the assumption is, when a species decides to move out in a different direction, it is less diversified in terms of its morphology, and change is newer into an area if you don't have a lot of diversity. And so when we look into these variations of the word for cognate for Remech, we see all the different diversity. And I can go into other forms of this exact same word, and and we would have the same result. So they all exist naturally, is very diversified here, but non-existent out here, with the exception of maybe the kind of the Romanians, kind of gypsy folks who kind of originated here. And this may speak to more so the Negro Egyptian speakers, the Chiena Intu speakers, as I call them, who migrated out. And, I argue that one of the branches, gave birth to the Sumerian language up in this area in southern Iraq. And it's in that same area that you'll find. And they have a word, Romi, or whatnot, that means male, man, human being. And these nomadic so-called gypsies and musicians, traveled up into Europe in more recent times, et cetera, et cetera. But again, going off the principle, but it's a non-Semitic language, not related to any of the groups that are in the area. So when we look at this representation, if it is in fact a representation of the forms that we see, then the question I ask is, okay, well, this is just kind of like a first step in trying to isolate who were the initial Egyptians for which this term actually applied to. So my thing has always been, well, if we find a people who are named still Romi, Remet, or whatever variant of that, we may be able to find out, a closely related group of that first initial people coming out of the South who became the Egyptians. Because it's always, and it is more likely this is the case, that you have a ruling group who comes over and takes over an indigenous group, or it could be just that an indigenous group rises up and takes over the entire territory. There's many different scenarios that is possible and could have played out in Egyptian history. But regardless, we know that they came from the South, between the borders of, modern Egypt and the Sudan, and the rest is history from that point. And so there's different techniques and ways for which we can answer certain questions that, if given accurate answers, when we line them all up, should help us to better answer the identity question in terms of an ethnic group. But after some point, remember that Egypt was 3,000 plus years of history, of continuous history. That would change over time in terms of who belongs to what, because of course, they have no they don't have any inhibitions by the modern pseudoscientific category schema known as race. And so people who would have been from other countries and other phenotypes, they had no problems bringing them in, having sex with them, having children, and then of course all of those children would be legitimate heirs to the culture and legacy of the initial people from whom they had those intimate experiences with. So all of that is very complex, and all of that has to be kept in mind. But I end there.
No, that's very interesting. And just the map alone is really all that's needed to address a couple of the conversations that's been had, in the past, few weeks or whatever. It just shows a pattern right there visually, of that. But yeah, so Asar's Asar's trying to tell us the ancient Romans are the Egyptians. You got Remet, Rome Coptic, and Rome, Italy. All right.
No, of course I've looked into that, and it's still a possibility. It's The word Rome is one of those names like Yahweh. They can't make sense of it. They don't know where it comes from.
Yeah, no, I was just
And
playing though, but I didn't want people to cause you didn't mention it. I didn't want
yeah,
people to leave what you were saying with that in their head, thinking about that, because because when you had it on the map, it's spelled just like Rome, but it had
yeah.
the line above the O for the Coptic Romi, and then Lomi, Romi. But
Now,
you have
if they
Rome, then
would
you
have
have
known,
Romania, because you mentioned Romania, and you got Romania, Romania, Romanians or whatever. But yeah,
yeah, there's a group, um, the dang it, now I gotta the kind of gypsy folks. Let me see. So, like for those who have Aluja Volume 2, page 101, I talk about them. And so the Romani, the Indo-Nem Romani, these are folks who these are Indo-Aryan speakers, and so they have the word Ram, which means man. So their name Romani comes from Ram, means man or husband in the Romani language. It has the variants dom and lom, related with the Sanskrit word dom pati, lord of the house, husband, dama, the subdue, lom, hair, lamaki, hair, hairy, lomam, roman, hairy, romata, man with beard and long hair. Another possible origin is from Sanskrit doma, remember a low caste of traveling musicians and dancers. So it's possible. How should I say? With them, it may be a case of coincidence, because it's possible that the original word itself came from a word meaning hair, right? And and then from there, the concept of hairy, and then the word for man. And that isn't far-fetched at all, because I know in Chiluba, they have a cognate in the word. Hold on, hold on, sorry. I'm just gonna look this up real quick. It's in Suki, I think. Right, and like it's in Suki, and then they add another word to it, and it means, in Suki means hair, right? And in Chiluba, but then it's added with another word, and then it means a male, like man. Two different cultures, two different traditions, but however, it is the same thing. So yeah, in Chiluba Bantu is in Suki, hair, and then Muntu wa and Suki, a real man. That's the definition of that phrase. But Muntu is itself means a man. And so that this correlation between hair and being hairy and a male is still it's a common association. So, but we always got to be careful.
yeah,
So if that is the
even today.
case, then you couldn't put you couldn't say the Romani were in fact related, like these are cognate terms, because as I've discovered, the word remech actually comes from a word meaning a body part, like the body. The extension is in the word for phallus, and then from the word for phallus for male and man and husband, and then just person and human being, because the word for a body itself also doubles as a word for human being. So that's why in one instance it means male husband, like in Coptic, but it also means person, human being.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's interesting, because yeah, like I said, that just that map alone and showing those words and the pattern that it forms where they are on the map, it speaks a lot to that conversation as terms of the Egyptians. And so what I was saying earlier is, the levels of identity, and that's a complex, that's a more lengthy and more complex conversation than people give it credit for. People want to speedball and microwave through a conversation about identity. They don't understand you have a genetic level of a conversation. Like a genetic population to geneticists is not the same as a cultural population to a cultural anthropologist that's studying culture. The demarcation lines for what distinguishes that group is different. But yet I see people have conversations about identity conversation, but they always want to inject DNA into the conversation for identity, not knowing that it's multi-layered. And we don't tend to respect those layers and even know how to work them so that those layers help each other layer out. We just blur it all up. It's like just shuffling the deck and just throwing them in and seeing what sticks, and whatever's our favorite thing, that's where we hold up. So I'm just trying to make the conversation make more sense to people who are really interested in an answer, because that's another thing too. I think some people have concerns and conversations, but not realizing that you're supposed to work towards a solution, and people just have conversations for the sake of just to have the conversation with no end in sight. And so that's what I'm hearing. But I think, I guess over time we beat it down enough, or beat it in people enough, it'll work out. It'll work itself out.
Well, in ancient time they didn't have DNA, so whatever they say you was, that's what you was.
Yeah, but no matter
They
what
had
people
DNA.
say,
They didn't have DNA tests.
yeah, that's all. but
That's
no. But even to what you said, they didn't just say what you were and that's what you were though. Everything has an inclusionary rule and and by extension an exclusion rule. Like whenever you categorize something, the very act of categorizing something, it's what's implied in it is a rule that you know what to include in a category and what to exclude from the category. So, it's like you washing clothes. You separate your lights from your dark clothes. So, you don't want to mix the two. So you set up a category. So you may have two laundry baskets. One will hold your dark clothes, the other one will hold your lighter clothes. So it's not as simple as just them saying you're this and then that's what you are. It's always rules that define a thing. Another example I always use is with a sport. Basketball is not basketball without its rules. Its rules is what makes it basketball. Because I can hold a physical basketball itself, like the object, but I can break all the rules of basketball. And then the question is, am I playing basketball? The answer is no. You know what I'm saying? If I pick up a basketball and just run down the court without dribbling, just run down, step all outside of the bounds, go up in the bleachers, get some popcorn, come back, and then run and then throw the ball in the net. Am I playing basketball? No. I broke too many rules. And so people forget rules exist for these things to exist. It can't exist without its rules that define it in and of itself. So that's, people got to understand that. No thing is what it is unto itself all on its own. It's always in proximity or made a distinction or differentiation from something else, which is what makes it what it is. And that's like one of the principles behind understanding, the Egyptian concept of Nun or Nu, and then the permeations from that or differentiations from that and forms that cause things to come into existence, or what existence actually is, and all that good stuff. And it's a thing that people got to really slow down and just kind of marinate on and think about it. You know, they got to think about that. So we're, so yeah. But yeah, that was funny though. They do have DNA, but not DNA testing and had any requirements based on it or around it.
That we know of, right?
Well, that's what make it confusing. Just like how Asar does linguistics, and
Yeah.
he try to figure out the language and stuff. That's
Hmm.
yeah. I don't know how he does it, but that would be confusing.
Well, the principle, like Asar just said, a lot of the actual work or processes in comparative linguistics is I would say analogous to biology. Even the terms that are used in linguistics are borrowed from biology. Like you got morphology, you got genetic relations. We know words don't have genes, like deoxyribonucleic acids. You know what I mean? It don't have DNA, but what the equivalent of DNA would be the morphemes, the morphs or morphemes, the underlying morphemes. You got the phones and the phonemes, and all that kind of stuff. All those little nitty gritty things. That would be the kind of counterpart, but they're not the same. But we can set up analogies to that, and that's what happens. So you check in SNPs, and you see in the closest. You can Mika, you have children. If you and your daughters got tested, and the tester, the people that were sequencing your genes didn't know that you were related at all, they don't know you from nowhere. At the end of the day, they'll be able to tell not only that you and your daughters are related, but they'll be able to tell the proximity of that relationship by the procedure that they're using. Well, the same thing in linguistics. Similar in linguistics, you can tell things that are related, and then the proximity of that relationship, how distant, many times. So it's not. So it's complex as biology is, or as genetics is. Maybe not, and maybe even as tedious because gene they have machines now. See, that's the thing. At least they have machines that read sequences, long strands of DNA, you know, and SNPs, these mutations or things, markers as they call them. But in linguistics, I think so I don't know if you can help me out here, but they're not at the level. They're not at the equivalent level of what a geneticist does when they put that DNA sample and the machine actually spits out the different things. Um, so much so as like in linguistics where they put swatch lists together and then all of a sudden, boop, oh yeah, we got a match. Oh no, we don't have a match. that would that
Nah,
would be that would be the day.
the problem with that, and that's something that linguists have been trying to conceptualize and try to put together software that can speed up the process in detecting genetic relationships using the comparative method. The problem is, while the procedure we can program, we got to remember that machines aren't human beings and they're not intelligent beings, and they don't know anything about nuance, about metaphor. uh the machine itself would also have to be cognizant and understand a culture's, well, culture one for one, and then a people's culture, and then a people's culture and interacting with other cultures. Like all of these factors would have to be made known. And then you have the simple fact that you know a because when we say that two or more words are cognate between two or more languages, ultimately we're saying that they derived from the same ancestral parent, and then they match in terms of form and meaning, right? Or if it's not the exact meaning, then it falls within a certain range that is acceptable to say that this is in fact the same word. Well, that in of itself is hard to program, because because ultimately what you want to get is some kind of AI to be able to do this, because otherwise you're just inputting the data and and putting in all the values and making a judgment, which you're trying to avoid in the first place. You're trying to have a more scientific process for that, but in all it's kind of hard to do that, because for example, a word, an ancestral word in one language may have evolved in the daughter languages to mean or to reference two different things. So for example, uh like a word for a giraffe, right? And the giraffe's neck may have evolved in one language, but in the sister language it evolved in a different way. So the same word that referenced the giraffe's neck now references in that language a human being's arm. And so if you was to program some software and have it to detect cognates, it may be that you see a pattern there, but it would reject it because the meanings aren't close. Like, how do you mean giraffe in one and then human arm on another? Now, as human beings, what's probably going through your mind right now is that you're looking at the correlation in terms of the length of the limb of one's arm in comparison to the neck of a giraffe. And you can see how these two can ultimately be related, but the daughter languages conceptualize the simple word for limb in two different ways, where in one it becomes the actual word for giraffe, and in the other one it becomes the word for arm in language B. And so it's linguistics is not that sophisticated technologically wise that we can do the sorts of things that they can do with genetics, because they have the technology to help them in that way, where we're still relying for the most part on human experience and nuance or whatnot. So
Yeah, it's not the same. Not in that regard. Yeah, I mean, because I've heard it would be nice. As I said, it would be nice if it were like that. But the closeness, the relationship itself, and then the proximity of the relationship. If it's like you could tell in genetics, obviously biology, you could tell a parent and daughter, or son, or parent-child relationship, or person and cousin, first cousin, second cousin, third cousin, everything like that, based on the amount of centimorgans, as they say, that are shared on certain things and whatnot, the percentage and rate, or high degree of it and whatnot, and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's interesting. But the general principle is the same. The morphemes, morphemes, phones, and phonemes would be like those DNA segments within human genome that are being compared regularly, regular sound meaning correspondences, and so on. So yeah, that's cool. But you were saying something before, way before. I don't know if that you or Amika or Nirasara. I know you were bumping off and back on. Did you ever ask your question or ask your question?
I think I was just commenting saying that not that we know of in terms of
Oh yeah, that's right.
that. Yeah, that's I was just referring to that, and that's one of those things I can't prove, but I'll just be able to say, well, there's a lot of things that we still don't know. Like, how did they know that, right? Especially about like we haven't found too many telescopes or anything like that for them to be like, how are they understanding the sky so well? How did they know the planet so well? And
Well, when it comes
go
to
ahead.
DNA, when it comes to DNA, they don't. There's no evidence that they knew of deoxyribonucleic acids, um, and and
Right.
and what it and transcription and RNA and all that. There's no evidence.
It's
So
just so
so we
yeah,
have to.
no.
So let me just say this. So what's safe or safer or the better move is to, because like if I say that the Egyptians didn't have DNA tests or they didn't deal with DNA and whatnot, and then somebody says, like how you commented, said that we know of, then that can apply to any and everything that's just not in the record.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the broader thing that we want to stay away from, because then that opens the door to, well, anything is possible type of conversation. Whereas instead of swimming in what we don't know or the ignorant part of it, let's deal with what we do know and what we can detect in the record. So they didn't deal with DNA and things like that, or even cells. Now now what we can say in terms of pathogens, what we now call pathogens that cause illness and disease, a lot of people may refer to pathogens in ancient times as evil, quote unquote, spirits or things of that nature. You know, that will cause sickness or cause harm on somebody and whatnot, and call them evil spirits or demons or whatever the case is. Although they didn't have a microscope or electron microscope to actually see a virus or to see a pathogenic bacteria and whatever else, they didn't see it specifically, but they definitely knew there was a causal, something that caused this condition that they can see. So something unseen caused what they can see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's logical deduction and reasoning. I mean, an
Yeah, I wouldn't
unseen
definitely say
cause.
they
But
probably.
go
My
ahead. I'm
bad.
sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say
No,
I
go ahead.
wouldn't say that they had a machine and they knew it as well as we know it today, but just understanding, like you said, just using deductive reasoning or just being able to extrapolate from different things that we do know. I wouldn't, again, like I said, as far as we know so far, of course they didn't have machines and stuff like that in terms of the ones we have today that would read off like the sequencing. But for them to be able to know plants well, know how to do certain things with certain soils and certain, a long time ago in the Amazon, not talking about the Egyptians, but just saying people from a long time ago and the things that they were able to do and capable of that we can't
Oh, you had
explain today.
you you, you had me worried there, boy. I thought you'd go place
Now,
the
now,
Egyptians
look,
in the, in
I
the
would love to
Amazon,
get in that
in the
conversation with you,
in the
with
Amazons,
both
boy.
the, yeah. Listen, I would love to get in that conversation, but that's a whole different topic because you know what happened with the mounds and the pyramids and everything. So I'm not going to even do that. But all I'm saying is, as far as all the things we do know, I wouldn't be surprised if they were able to take blood, mix it with mercury, or mix it with something that I can't even think of, some plant somewhere, to be able to distinguish to some degree. No, this isn't that, or this is that, or something like that. That's all I'm saying. But at the same time, I can't prove it. So it's extremely speculative based off of other things that we do know that they were able to do that we can't figure out how did they do that? How did they build this right into this this mountain like this? How did they build this? We can't even do it today. So there's
Yeah,
a lot of
too
things
bad
we
Well,
all
don't
that knowledge is
understand.
gone.
well,
Huh?
well.
Yeah.
It's a. Go ahead, Mika.
I said, too bad all that knowledge is gone.
Word.
Well, but not. But check this out. There's a breadcrumb aspect. Like we we can obviously make inferences and deduce things,
Mhm.
but there has to be something to infer from or deduce from. It can't be like out of the clear blue sky. So yeah, so that's how and we call it the breadcrumbs. So you have to follow the breadcrumbs. But if there's no breadcrumb in the first place, you're gonna get lost. And so there's a leap between manipulating, cross pollinating
Mhm.
plants and stuff like that to deoxyribonucleic acids and the interior of the cell, the mitochondria and all that kind of stuff. They didn't have the instrumentation to differentiate these minute microscopic parts of even subcellular, let alone the
So,
cell itself. But
so I
now they
guess I
they
would
they
say
they saw. Oh, go ahead.
no. I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but they definitely understood blood. Obviously understood blood. They mentioned, they talk about all the time blood and stuff like that. They knew that if a human being leaked enough blood, that they lose their life, and so they knew life was in the blood. Like, you needed blood to live, and so there was something in the blood that sustained life and all that good stuff.
Word.
You know what I
So
mean?
I
I mean,
guess I
so
would say.
so.
Uh-huh.
Mm,
I guess
now go ahead.
it's like a delay. So that's what I think it is. It's a certain delay.
Oh, okay,
So
okay.
I'm thinking you're stopping, and then I get ready to talk, and then I notice you're going. But I
Oh
was
yeah,
just trying
nah,
to
go
say
ahead.
that.
That's fine.
Yeah, I was just trying to say that to me, since we're talking about the proverbial breadcrumb, I would be okay. So there might not be a breadcrumb, but I smell bread, right? So when I see, so it wouldn't be, oh, they talked about the DNA or they talked about in this fashion, but just wow, they were so advanced technologically that if they were able to do this and that and understand the way that certain things orbit in the sky, and so then possibly they understood, and if they were able to do, understand the afterlife in such a an intricate way to explain it in 12 hours of the dua, it's so many things like that, and build certain things and understand life and the afterlife, like I said already. But it makes me smell bread. I don't see the bread crumb, but I'm like, is that bread, right? So I don't
Well,
know
but
if you're
see, here's the
following me.
danger.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's where you got to be careful of transferring uh abilities. Even even today, you can be very skillful in doing something, but then jump into a totally different arena, and you can't transfer those same skills over to the other arena. So because you had the Wenweti, the people who watched the stars and documented the stars and stuff, and they were experts and specialists in that area, that doesn't automatically default to an equivalent skill set in another area, just because that they did that part so well. And so we have to, as a scientific minded, process or whatever the case is, we have to definitely try to stay away from ruling out coincidence, chance, and errors. So we can't just automatically transfer things, because they were well at doing this, that automatically means that, okay, well, wait, they did this as well, when they have no record. Like, we have no record of it at
Right. No,
all.
and I understand that. I definitely get that, and that's why I look at this like when you and the SAR and really, I guess I don't know where Sanjetti's been in a while, but I remember him from years ago. But when like you guys and sometimes you guys speak, it's almost like I feel like, again, it's like it's academia, it's school, it's a scholastic thing, and in college and universities, and there's certain things I won't even delve in. But then say if you went and hung out in Mali and you were with the Dogon or some of those priests, it's not going to be like you're in school. It's going to kind of get what you would say spiritual, or they would touch on things and it won't necessarily be, it gets a little different, right? And so it's like
Well,
certain things
there's a
that
reason.
uh-huh.
There's a reason for that. But it's actually the same. But there's a reason for that. They have a different pedagogical method. They rely heavily on figurative expressions, and everything falls under that umbrella. Which you got tropes, specifically metaphor, analogies, symbolisms, hyperboles, similes that are in heavy use. So it's very academic, actually. It's just that the method is different than what we're used to in public school system, obviously, where that's not used as heavy.
and
So
through and through and,
it's not
uh-huh.
different. No, I'm
And
just
through
saying
that
it's very
pedagogy,
active. It's very
right?
academic.
And through that like
The mhm.
and through that sort of pedagogy or that didactic method that they use, it I say it makes you use more regions of your brain, so you begin to understand and learn more because you're not in those super European constructs that universities today might put us in. So sometimes again I see the benefit, and at the same time I notice when I'm not in class, at the same time I begin to learn more because I allow my mind to think outside of those constructs. And it actually, again, this is just empirical evidence. Like if you go in school for a long time and then or in college or whatever, just learning for a long time, then you cut it off for a second, you give yourself a breather, and you take yourself out of those constructs. You're not, you still have all that knowledge and wisdom that you gained, but now you're allowed to sort of use it in another way that again, somebody with a PhD might say, "Oh no, this is pseudo. This is this." And you might look at some people that haven't been to universities and that are in Africa, but again, they still know things and they look at things from a different manner. So I definitely understand how they are the same, and I can see how they're different, and what some don't, how some benefit, and how you can benefit from both of them in different ways. So I guess none of it's really getting to the point with of how. But again, I just say they were so intelligent. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. I guess that's a better way of saying it. But I can't prove it. That's kind of how this whole thing
Well,
started.
not no, that's good to say that, but you got to add to that. Not only can you not prove it, but there's no evidence for it.
Work exactly. I don't have a
They
problem
they
with that.
they yeah they didn't leave you anything for you to go down that train of thought. Now, what they did leave, see, this is what I'm saying. We need to focus on, and I'm definitely not saying you do this, but here's a general tendency in when it comes to Egypt. Like Egypt is liked and loved by a lot of people. Like let's just put a number to it. Let's say 20 million people are fascinated with Egypt. Out of that 20 million, only a very tiny fraction will actually even take steps to engage it by way of learning the language, knuckling down into the culture and stuff like that. So there's an overwhelming sense of people dealing with what they don't know rather than what they do know because of that disparity in the small number of people who try to pursue something further versus the wider group of people who just love Egypt for the sake of, they're fascinated with the mystery and the age of it and the pyramid, all that good stuff. And so a lot of conversations usually hover around what people don't know about Egypt, and it becomes like a lot of speculative talk. But then you get around a group of people who pursue, and then you can see the difference in how they talk. They talk about what can be known based on what's right there available that the wider people don't talk about. And so, and I say all that to get to this example. When it comes to medicine, because we're talking about biology a little bit, but let's get to I mentioned pathogens and stuff like that, illnesses and disease. There's a lot of papery on medical stuff. The doctors in Egypt were were called Sunu. They had a name. They were called the medical physicians. But it's better to call them healers. And so these healers had a god or goddess in this case, and that would be Sekhmet. And so if we look at the Egyptian literature that involves Sekhmet, we can start to see the breadcrumbs unfold right before our eyes, where they're talking about the immune system and how the immune system works, but yet never mentioning the word immune, obviously, because they're not using the forms of the words we're using. Like they didn't use the word immune, the word system, whatever the case is. But we can clearly see what they're talking about in terms of the immune system and how it functions, and how it's related to Sekhmet, her name being she of power, and how that's related to healing, and even a deity of healing, another deity of healing called Heka, which they define as magic. So you have this sense of magic, the sense of Sekhmet, and then you have the physicians themselves, and then you have the myths that describe it. So we can know what they knew because they tell us. Now, the degree of their knowledge is revealed by what they omit. So they didn't talk about cells, the cell membranes and all that kind of stuff, the nucleus and everything like that. They didn't talk about pathogens specifically, but they talk about pathogens as a whole, because they have this causal agent, these different demons, demonic spirits that would affect human beings and put them into a diseased state. And then, a healer had to come and exorcise the demon out of them, so to speak, but it was really exorcising or actually getting rid of the infection. A spirit invading someone causing harm is just another way of saying a pathogen infecting someone causing disease. And if you know how to correct that, treat that, then you exorcise that demon out of them, which means you get rid of the pathogen itself. You stop the infection, and then the healing process takes place.
And most of this was on the papyri that you're reading, right? It wasn't like this wasn't like on like the what you call this wasn't earlier than that, right? This was mostly papyri that you're speaking about. I'm just asking.
Oh well. I was kind of moving around the place, but in terms of there's a lot of medical papyri. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of medical papyri. The famous ones, Edwin Smith medical papyri, that a lot of people talk about, that has certain treatments for certain illnesses and things like that, formulas, concoctions that they used. They talk about all these things. And Sekhmet is the goddess over all of that stuff. And you have to ask yourself, why is a lion-headed goddess that's known as the fiery one, the daughter of Ra, the eye of Ra, why is she associated with medicine and healing and healers? And why does all the doctors worship her? So,
okay,
that's what
I wanted to say.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say something deep about her being a lioness, and I just noticed that. So, have you been around cats before and see how they act and how they slide up against you and what people say about them? And then you go to the doctor, right? And then when they want to look inside of your body or see if something's wrong, they give you a CAT scan. Again, that's just something that I noticed, and I thought that was.
Hold up, man. We got to pause right there.
That's deep. You can't laugh at that. That's deep. You can't
Oh man, that took me out.
Come on.
So you mean like this cat actually scans people?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
nice. That's dope.
You a Leo, Emmy Cat, you know.
I know. Yeah, we be scanning everything.
See? No, but what was you gonna say though? What was you gonna bring up, Ujao?
Oh man, nah, I can't get you past that cat in the CAT scan. But we're gonna have to come back and ride it back around to that one. No, what I was gonna say was no, I think I finished what I was saying. I was just saying that there's a difference in talking about what we can see and detect and discuss and share and show and stuff like that the Egyptians tell us and left and so on and so forth versus the wide ocean of all the possibilities. Because I can sit here and tell you right now that the Egyptians knew about about the black hole in Alpha Centauri, and I can justify that, even though they never mentioned nothing about anything like that. But I can justify my statement by saying, well, look at the star maps they do have. Man, they were such brilliant astronomers. They knew about Sirius and the heliacal rising of the star triggered the flood and blah blah blah. They kept accurate things of the constellations, the Big Dipper and this and the third. So we got to be careful of transferring, and that's what I'm saying. There are limits to what people know. So like for example, the Greeks knew the indivisible nature of the atom, which is their definition of the very word atom, something that can't be further divided and still be what it is, and that still holds true to this day. But now we go subatomic. Now we know that atoms are made up of the nucleus, which is neutrons and protons, and the orbital electrons. So they had limits to what they knew. And we can't say because they knew that they also knew the subatomic particles, just because they knew the greater particle called the atom. So we can't just transfer all that knowledge like that. We can't just kind of haphazardly do that. We got to be careful.
What were you gonna say though about Sekhmet? I kind of cut your wisdom. You were saying why she's a lioness deity, and
No,
I
I
thought
was,
you
I
were gonna
was,
say,
I was, no. Well, I was going to say that's the question that should spark that curiosity of why a lioness deity, a female at that, and a lioness head deity, why is she associated with healing and doctors? Why her? Why is she associated with that doctors?
oh,
Why?
and then I answered it. I got you.
Yeah, then you came with that CAT scan stuff,
Okay, so that's
but
why. Look, they picked baboon. Like, why would they pick Hedge or Bobby to be, or I guess he's also a form of Tahuti. That's how I see it. But why would they pick the baboon to be the one that represents like wisdom? And then when you notice the nature of the baboon and what he does in the morning and the chattering, or what they would say is singing, or look like he's praising Ra with his hands up in adoration, you can kind of see why they use him as that character. So I would again just watch the nature of the animals, and then we can understand why they picked the stork and why they picked this person to be so wise and piercing his beak between crazy or murky, nasty situations to get something out of sustenance to feed himself, right? And that's what we're doing symbolically when we come out of the darkness and go into the light, right? And so that's why you would pick him to represent Tahuti, and that's why you would pick the cat to do what she does, and that's why we would pick the baboon, because we noticed them in nature, and we noticed that they're probably always going to have that same nature thousands of years later, so that, like you
well,
said, to go ahead.
no, I just said I can't let you get away with that CAT scan thing, but see, and that's what we gotta be careful because of the behavior of a cat. A domesticated cat will rub up against you, and purr and meow and all that kind of stuff. They want affection, they want attention, and they don't do that otherwise. So a cat doesn't do it to inspect you. A cat does that to get your attention because they want something. That's usually why a cat rubs up against you. That's one. Number two, a CAT scan is only pronounced cat, but it's actually a CT scan.
CTA, right?
It's not CAT, it's CT.
We don't need
It's
we don't need the vowels though. But again, that one was just something I
no,
noticed.
but what does it stand for? What does CT stand for? It's an acronym.
I
Stand
was,
for what?
that's a seismic. No, maybe it's not a
Compute
seismic. It's a
computer. C stands for computer.
thermo something
Tomography.
tomography. Okay.
Imagery. So it's that's all it is. It's there's no feline involved at all. And plus, we gotta understand that cat is only one form of a word for feline, whereas in other languages all around the world, it's not even that form. Like what is cat in Latin speaking languages? Caro, something like that.
So, I mean,
Pero is dog, I
uh
think, or something.
a
I forgot
cat
what cat
is
is.
the um.
So the
I
Egyptians
can't.
wouldn't be aligned with English words like that at all. So
No, no, but sometimes the English people will, look at what a cat is today and then still do that. I mean, it's so many. You can
nah, but that
count
stands
it
for
out. People
computer.
can laugh, but again, it's you're still gonna be. You got to understand the cat has a certain type of nature that people use, and so when you do use a cat, when you do understand what cats are today, and people today start say a medical institution or something, they wouldn't call it what somebody called it a long time ago. But again, that's just something. That's something. If you don't get it, you don't get it. But a lot of people who I do share that with, they get it. So
No, no,
I wouldn't
I
expect. Yeah,
no. This is what I get. I get the relationship between the pronunciation of cat and cat scan. They definitely sound alike. They're homophones. Cat ends in cat scan, and cat are they sound alike. I get that, but the function, that's what I'm saying, the concept side, that's why I went over that earlier, is no match at all. That's pure coincidence. And we could do that all day long. We could actually go down a whole bunch of words that and concepts that do that, you know. But
coincidence.
there's no relationship between a a feline animal and a CAT scan. Not in form or function or apparatus, none of that stuff. Because a cat,
You
it does
gotta
not
be
scan you.
okay. I mean, look,
No, because
okay.
okay, if we're gonna say that, you know how many animals that rub up against humans? So are all of
I
them
don't. I'm
scanning
not
them?
even around. I just know they do it the most. They'll just walk up to you real slide, and then
Because they
just
want
slide.
something. They're
Mm.
not scanning you. They're not inspect scanning you. They
We
want
don't. How you?
something.
We don't know that because we can't ask a cat. We just see the. We, we can't.
No,
We don't know
okay.
that.
No, we can't they can't speak back to us, but I'm saying just do this.
I'm,
If
watch
you
this.
around if you're around a cat or if you've been around a cat at any length of time, whenever they rub up against you, just watch their behavior. When they rub up against you, they're expecting something. They're expecting you to either pet them and rub them so they can get comfortable and purr, and they start kneading, what's called kneading, where they move their paws and open their claws to soften up the area where they go to lay down and take a cat nap, or they want something from you in terms of food. They want to be fed. They'll meow and rub up against you.
Yep.
I've
Eat
had
and sleep.
I've had cats all my life, so I'm cat out, and I know their behavior very very well. Just as from my experience. Um,
Mm. I've been around cats a lot as well. I mean, I'm gonna say this. I'm a cat. I'm a Leo as well. I'm just gonna tell you that a cat. I will be around cats,
now
and
you now
then
you
they.
you you're a you're of the feline species. You're not a cat though.
Oh, okay,
You're
but
no
I'm in the
even a
cat
lion.
family. It's the
You're the
cat family.
feline.
This is
So
America.
Okay.
He could be a cat.
You said
I'm in the cat.
America.
I'm in
You
the
could be a
cat
cat.
Yeah,
family.
this is America. You could be anything. He could be a cat if he want to.
Okay,
Oh
well,
no
I'm
no 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 no! He can't be anything he wants to, but he can. People can call themselves anything they want to, but you can't be what you want to be.
Hmm.
That's the difference.
Hmm. Tell America that. I'm not a
No, you
cat.
can't. No, seriously, you
well,
can't. You
well. You
can't.
know what?
You
At
can't
my
be
kid's school,
anything.
if a boy wants to be a girl and a girl wants to be a boy, It could be that. So we're getting there.
And then
See,
you can identify as, but you
Yeah,
can't be. To
identify.
be
Yeah,
is
it's
different.
a
Cause
you-
transform. They got transgender wants to, the body parts. So I don't know what you want to call that.
No, my point is that you can't be anything. You can identify as Emika said or call yourself anything. Like if I wanted to be this computer screen, I am never
No,
going to be that computer screen.
no. If you want to
You
be
know what
a
I'm saying?
doctor, you could be a doctor. So you could be
No,
something.
no,
Word.
but you can't negate. Okay, so what I'm saying is that I can never be a computer monitor, no matter how bad I want to be. I can never be it, but I can identify and even call myself a monitor. So I can call myself a cat, but I will never be a cat because now you went to something realistic as a profession. But I'm talking about an animal. You will never be a cat. Period. And I mean, if
Okay,
anybody thinks otherwise, that's really special there.
right. So cats, I
and
would be. Go ahead.
oh no, go ahead, because I was gonna take you somewhere else.
Oh no, you can because who knows where this can go. So go ahead.
Okay, and I was just saying, and that's very interesting, like how we see on the sesh, where as opposed to just saying, I know we've gone over that, where it's like, I can, when you be like, I'm a doctor, I'm a policeman, but on the sesh you will see the word M, so it's like I am as a doctor, so I am as a policeman, as opposed to I am a, so a
You
doctor
said
or
you'll see
whatever.
the word what? You say Emmy?
M,
Oh, Emmy.
the owl. So instead of saying I am a doctor, it will translate to I am as a doctor, but we'll translate it as like I'm a doctor. But literally, it makes you it gives it a proper perspective of you are playing a part. You are not that particular thing, but you are playing that role in that particular time. So you are as a doctor.
Right. There's a
Okay,
separation there.
got
Yep.
you. Um, I always ask you this when we had these open discussions, and because it's just something that it's like the one of the most fascinating parts. Like when I got and I started to listen to like the 12 hours of the Duat. One, it was something on YouTube years ago, and I would just listen to it because of the beat in the background when he was going through. I think the dude's name was Chris, but it's not. I can't remember, but I would listen to it all the time. So he would go through the first hour, the second hour, and I don't know if he was bringing from Obanga. I believe it was Theophile Obanga. I'm not really sure, but it was just it was a great breakdown. So, but my question is that in those hours of the duat, um, would you say, or is that where they got you the idea of hell? The fiery
Um.
snake spitting fire and like all of these different things in the 6 hour. I think it starts maybe fifth or 6 hour.
No, not quite because hell is okay. Let's define hell in an Abrahamic sense. It's usually a place of torment, and so somebody can give somebody hell and stuff like that, and that same meaning carries on to this very day. You know, you don't have to die to experience hell in that sense. So hell is like a state of mind or condition, but then hell is also a place to the Abrahamic believers of Abrahamic traditions. They believe that it's an actual place where your soul is going to go. It can possibly go. You got two options. You're going to go to a place called heaven or a place called hell. But then heaven and hell also double as like states of mind or conditions that people could be in while they're alive. And so the equivalent of the within this hell in the Abrahamic sense, they have a lake of fire. The Egyptian also have a lake of fire, and so those can be correlated, matched up or discussed. You can see the similarities with that. But the duat is also as the subconscious. So people enter the duat every time you go to sleep.
Okay, now I want you to.
But the Abrahamic traditions do not define hell in none of those, no way close to that. They don't say you enter hell every time you go to sleep. You don't hear that's not part of no Abrahamic doctrine. That you enter into hell every time you go to sleep.
So when they talk about the duat, what are some of the things that stand out to you? I just want to ask that open question, like, because you said this is what you kind of like talking about in terms of. So I just want to know, like, what are some of the things that stand out to you that's like fascinating? Like when you read it, that made you be like, okay, this is the topic I like to talk about, or this is what I like to research the most. Like, what was it for you?
Okay, well, yes, you're right. You're definitely right. The duat is Osir himself. Osir is the duat. And so what's interesting is how Ra, as the ultimate energy source or life force, dips into the duat for a duration of time, meets up with Osir, and then proceeds on to be brought back into existence again, made to come into being again. And then this is where you get Keper and so on and so forth. And so the merging of Ra and Osir is very, very fascinating at a certain point in the duat and everything around that. So there's a lot around that, but that's very, very fascinating. And then the gates themselves, how they're guarded, and what takes place within each of those gates, from the opening of one, and you get to the other one, and so on and so forth. What's done between those is also interesting. But now on the, so we can, you could talk about all that stuff. But remember I said Osir is also the duat himself. He's also called the duat himself. Now think about this. The connection between, the duat being the subconscious, which we can also say in a way, the involuntary side of things. Because when we're asleep, we're not doing anything consciously or voluntarily. Everything is involuntary. So Osir, being the duat, is also the god of the involuntary or the subconscious. So the things that take place in your body right now that you're not conscious of is governed and ruled by Osir, Osiris. So, and that part of you is way more powerful than the conscious side of you, or the awakened state. Because conscious, being aware, the equivalent of being conscious is being awake or being aware. And so that awake, alert aspect is governed by Heru. So you have the father and son combination. Osir governing the everything happening behind your back, and then Heru governing everything in front of your face. Her meaning face. Everything in front of your face is that aspect. That's what you are aware of and pay attention to. But it's more powerful of what's beneath you or underneath you or subconscious. So think about it this way, and I always use the same example. You probably heard me say this before. Just a very simple act of eating is like a good example to use, because you consciously grocery shop, you consciously cook your food, you consciously prepare your plate, and you consciously eat it. But that's it. Everything. See, the reason why you're doing that, the reason why you shop for food, the reason why you cook it, and the reason why you eat it is to get benefits from it. But guess what? Everything beneficial from the conscious effort happens subconsciously, or behind your back. You don't control any of that. So once you chew that food and swallow it, it's a wrap for your conscious. You are not in control of all the processes after that. Once that food goes down your esophagus into your stomach, the gastrointestinal fluids, the hydrochloric acid, and all that stuff breaks it down, the enzymes, and blah 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 blah. All that whole process, you are not in control of that, and you are not aware of it. You do not have any direct on and off switch to control any of that stuff. But that process is actually where you get the benefit of what you did consciously for. So I say that because you asked me about the duat. So the things that fascinate me is that Usir is the duat, governing the duat, and that it is the duat where we get all of this resource, power, and benefit from. But it's not isolated because we have to consciously do things that feed our that enter into the duat only for us to rejuvenate and then come back on the other side, which is the traveling of Ra, what Ra does.
Okay. Yeah, hold on. So if Wasir is can be compared to the subconscious, if I got that right, then the conscious mind would be like a Ptah or like Haru.
That's what I said, Heru.
Okay. And I see a parallel between like a Ptah and a Haru, like a lot of times. Am I all the way off?
You said Ptah and Heru?
Yeah, like I see a parallel. Like I see, like when I try to understand, like on a deeper level, like Ptah, like if I know Haru, like in the whole story, believe me, but I'm trying to. When I think about Ptah, it's kind of like, how can I distinguish? But I don't want to forget a more important question after, which is when you said something about the gates. What happens at the gates? And I want just maybe if you can briefly say that, and then just tell me if the distinguishing.
Okay, all right. Let's go with the gates first, and then to Ptah and Heru. So the gates are interesting because they set a chain of prerequisites. You can't skip. You can't go from the first gate to the sixth, and to get to the third, you have to go through the first and second, and to go through each one, you have to have certain knowledge to be able to pass through the gate from the guardian of those gates. In the stories, they're guarded by different deities, and you have to have certain pass to be able to pass through. You have to be able to do certain things, say certain things, or whatever the case is, answer certain questions.
Gotcha. Yeah, I remember that part, and that just helped me. That brought me in mind of masonry at the same time, and I just leave it at that, and I'll let you answer the other question.
Yeah, well, that's a prominent thing in a lot of initiatory systems, including masonry, where you have to, in order to gain, as is said, more light, or you're seeking more light, then you have to meet the prerequisites. So you have to be tried and proven in masonry. And so to actually Poret M Heru, to actually come forth by day, you have to go through certain prerequisites to actually gain more light, the Heru, light. And so the Poret M Heru is connected to this as well. But that, but what I was gonna say about Heru and Ptah is not so much in this sense. Because remember, Heru is the deity over the institution of kingship. And so the connection is this: to be a king. Like let's take away the literal king, like what the king does. Let's broaden it out to be a little bit more abstract, but real. So the institution of kingship represents the ability to manage a large amount of smaller pieces. So kingship involves making the right choices, managing a large group of people, being responsible for people, being able to run smaller pieces of a machine well enough together and in cooperation with one another for the common good of the whole, and all these different attributes. Well, guess what? That's what your consciousness does. while we're conscious, your conscious acts on behalf of your entire body, which includes your subconscious. Your subconscious can't do anything outwardly. So the decisions that you make in life should be informed and conscious decisions that will affect all parts of you. And so Heru has an important role in being kingship, institutional kingship, just like the king has an important role and responsible for the life of the people and life of the country. Your consciousness is very responsible and has an important role for the life of your entire being, which boils down to your will, which is the ability to choose. It comes all the way down to that simple thing, the ability to choose your choices in life, these conscious choices. The subconscious you have no control over, so there's no such thing as subconscious choice. That's on autopilot. You're not going to be doing anything there. And so Usir is the god of the dead, but the dead in that sense is the subconscious, and Heru is the god of the living. He's the living pharaoh or the living king. Usir is the dead king. He rules the dead. He is the Kinti Amintiu, the foremost of the Westerners. Westerners doubling for a word for people who are dead.
Right.
So he governs he governs the dead processes, which is equivalent to the subconscious processes, whereas Heru governs the living. The conscious process is your choice, which is what a king is. The king represents the will of the country, and Heru represents the will of the person.
Right.
Your ability to choose.
And then you're gonna talk about Ptah a little bit, right? Because that's what.
No, I was saying all that to say that Ptah doesn't really fit into that scheme of things. Ptah is the patron deity over crafts and things like that, technology and crafts and all that good stuff. That'd be something different.
Okay. So it would be basically, would you see it as Heru like functioning, or Heru in action, or no? It's totally
What you
different.
mean?
You just, I mean, like, well, you see
You
the
mean Ptah?
connection between, yeah.
Nah, they don't even relate them two together like that in storylines like that.
No,
Too
I
tough.
know. It's me reading
Oh,
and then trying to further understand, like, just on a different level. Like, damn, okay, Ptah, like, he's like, right? Cause I don't know. Like, it's just me trying to further understand Ptah, like, on just on a deeper level, seeing the connections between all the different deities, and this is
well, what you should start is, and that's what I meant earlier. Start with what the clues the Egyptians give you, like who does Ptah pair with according to the Egyptians? Like, not forget
Sakir
what we
or
want to do.
Sakir or something. Yeah.
Ptah, you got Ptah is paired up, I think, with Sekhmet, if I'm not mistaken.
I thought it was Sakir or Ptah.
Talking about Sekhmet?
Yeah, Seker. Like, Ptah, Seker.
Um,
Amun Ra Ptah. I mean, see that Trinity a lot. But
so I'm just
yeah,
saying, like,
Ptah.
you don't really get that Heru Ptah vibing like that in the text so much. Heru, like let's take Heru, and who does he actually pair up with? Obviously, he fights Atuk, so there's some kind of connection there. He's the son of Auset and Usir, so there's a connection there. He's said to be the husband of Het Heru, who gives birth to the four sons of Horus, becomes the four cardinal points, the four major organs in the body, which is the canopic jars, and all these other kind of things. So that's where you want to start looking and comparing. Like why is Het Heru? We say Hathor, but her name is Het Heru. So she even has Heru in her name. And so what does she represent? And that's that's knowable because we know, you know, we could break down, like the word Heru comes from a word that means distant, far away, or some object that's out there. And then Het Heru, Hut Heru, Hut is the enclosure or the palace or temple, and then you have Heru. And so if you look at how that comes down to make, you know, the reality behind that is that Hut Heru is the, well, what we know from her epithets and the stories that she's the goddess of imagination, of visualization, sensuality, joy, merriment, you know, like parties and stuff like that, and all those good things, beauty,
Fertility
and fun.
too, right? Okay.
Yeah, that's libido. That's sensuality and everything.
Okay.
All of those things. And so if you think about it, if Heru represents the will, the choice, then the choice or the will resides or surrounded by the imagination. And in practical terms, we say she's the sky, because Heru, being a falcon or even an aspect of the sun, dwells in the sky. So dwells within Hut. That's the concept of Hut, being an enclosure, being a palace of something. Of what? Heru. As an aspect of light or the sun itself, it has to be the sky. And she is represented by a cow. And notice that Nut is also represented by the heavenly cow. She's referred to as the heavenly cow. And Nut, as a sky deity, swallows the sun in the evening and gives birth to him during the day, and the sun travels along the back. Same thing is said for the cow, the heavenly cow. So the Egyptians leave enough for us noble to know all these things. We don't have to, and that's what I mean. Like me, I've been doing this long enough to where I see two distinct groups when it comes to stuff like this. And I mentioned earlier, the majority of people who even like Egypt, you know, they down for Egypt all day long, but they don't go any further than that. They don't put no work in, no study, no pursuit of it. They tend to talk about all the things they don't know, and it becomes a whole ocean of just any old thing. Like, everybody got an opinion, everybody can say whatever, but it's nothing anchored in any literature, nothing anchored in anything. It's just like a lot of speculative, sound good stuff. It sounds really good. And actually, in that crowd, you could actually write a lot of good movie scripts and and get a lot of stories out of that. But then there's a group of people who actually put in work and study, and that conversation is totally different.
Right.
And on that side, the things talked about are things we do know, can know, and what the Egyptians say for themselves. We, you know, let the Egyptians speak for themselves.
Right. And sometimes, again, articles come out every day about new things that they're finding that we didn't
Yep.
know about. That, right. And so that's why I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying, hey, they knew this like that. And I know there's so many people saying crazy stuff because I was in the dark for a long time, for years, and and I had to, again, I was one of those people watching Sonetta in 2012 and 2013. And so, man, you already know, like, again, there was some stuff on there where I'd be like, yo, it would just confuse the hell out of me. And then I had to go and read like more and more, and then find different people to listen to when I wanted to be on YouTube, and not because I'm not on social media. So when I would do that, I understand where that's coming from, but I'm not privy right now. There's a lot of stuff you guys probably see and hear that I just closed. This just BS that I just closed down to where it's not even worth the argument. But I do know that there are new things that are always being found. I'm not saying is something, no, some proof about that they dealt with DNA, but I just like, yo, wow, they knew a lot. So I like to say that we know of right now. I just like to say that at the end because we never know what we're gonna find. That's all. I'm not saying that Haru was walking or any crazy stuff like that. So sometimes you might hear somebody say, or me just say something that might sound closely, but again, I promise you, it's not that. Like even when I was talking about when we had the conversation about mouths, that comes from daily, research that I'm saying, yo, listen, I promise you, new stuff since we had that conversation came out that probably nobody even read. Came straight from Washington University, a mile away from where I live, that says those mounds were built in a matter of weeks or months, not years. Nobody knew that before September 1st or whenever those researchers found that out, right? And so that's just an example of why I like to say, hey, we don't know at this point, but
Well, let me
that's the
say
only
this.
reason.
Let me just say this. Yeah, I get what you're saying in terms of capping a statement off with based on what we know now, like to even say that phrase. But see, what I'm trying to let you know is that only a certain group of people would do that. And so out of the two categories I named, the category that don't pursue would say that.
Hmm.
Like for example, you won't hear scientists say that because, and the reason why is it's not that it's not true, but it's that it's already embedded and understood. Like for example, us humans, we never walk around and say that we're bipedal. We have two legs. Why? Is because it's already embedded the fact that we know that we're bipedal. So to a scientist, we you already know that you're working with the frontier of knowledge as you know right now, and that in the future you can discover new things that have to be explained and re-explained. That's like a default already known. So nobody's gonna keep saying that. Like nobody's gonna say, well,
Right.
according to what we know now. So, but I'm saying people who are not used to that or don't function in that way, they'll say stuff like that as a reminder type statement, like, well, okay, based on what we know now, and stuff like that. So I'm just
But you,
making
but
that
but
distinction.
we will hear people say, and it was the same thing. It's in different words. We'll say, if someone says evidence, the evidence we have right now doesn't support that, right? To me, again, that's saying the same thing I said. So it's saying,
Oh, you
as
said
far
the
as we
evidence
know,
don't
right,
support it.
we don't have evidence that supports that right now. We don't have evidence that supports this. Evidence doesn't support this. Like to me, it's kind of saying the same thing. It's kind of capping it
Well,
off,
no,
just with.
no, that's different because when scientists say that, then it's left alone. Like, if remember, science is evidence based. It's the domain of evidence itself. So if there's no evidence to support it, then it's outside of the realm of science. So they don't. So they're not making a statement in the same way. They're saying there's no evidence to support it, which is a nice way of saying leave that alone. Like, well, we leave it alone. There's no evidence to support that. Remember, what science is. It's a domain of evidence. And math is a domain of logic. So it's like, not if we don't have evidence for it to support that statement, then you have totally undermined the scientific process, because then anybody can make up anything. Even the court system is based on that principle. You have to have evidence to support. Otherwise, anybody can accuse anybody of anything, and then everybody be in jail right now. Even though the system's not perfect, so I'm not saying that, but I'm saying the rules of it is that you have to have evidence. The prosecutor has to prove their case, depending on what kind, with the preponderance of evidence, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Certain degrees of it, but they have to prove their case. And how do they do it? By way of evidence. They weren't there at the crime themselves, so they have to prove it by evidence. If you have no evidence, the case is thrown out. There's no evidence for it. So same thing with science. We don't have evidence for that, so I can't make the claim.
Yeah, you said something. I just want to switch the subject, but um, because I definitely understand. You know what I mean. I appreciate it. Everything that you're saying. Um, But you said something I never heard before. Never heard you even mention before. I'm not even sure if you even talked about it prior to, maybe 2 weeks ago or something. But you were talking about, and it's in the Transformations of Ra, and I can't say that I like read that or like know where to even like find like a good version of where to get that text. But you talked about Tahuti or and you talked about Sekhmet, and I think you said that. Did you? No, I think you. I want to make sure this is what I'm asking. Like you said, I think you said Sekhmet came from Tahuti's, like his sperm or something like that. Did I twist it up?
No, somebody had asked where was Tahuti from, and I had answered by saying that there are several stories of his origin, of how he comes onto the scene. And one of them is that he was a result of the fight between Satuk and Heru from from their
Mm-hmm.
sperm, from
Mm-hmm.
that situation.
Okay, so Sekhmet didn't have anything to do with that.
Sekhmet comes out of the fiery rage of Heru when Ra was disturbed and he wanted all the human beings that was disturbing him killed. So he sent his daughter Heru, who then turned into the fiery one, which is Sekhmet, the she of power, and she started killing all the human beings. Then she got drunk. Then she calmed down. She came back, and everything was all good.
So where like do you have a certain like where can I get that text so I
Her-
could read
That's called the well, the scholars,
transformations?
no, the scholars call that story the what they actually mistitle it. They call it destruction of mankind, but it's really the salvation of mankind. But it's in the text, the book of the heavenly cow.
Oh, okay, okay. Look at the heavenly cow.
Or just look up the destruction of mankind, the Egyptian destruction of mankind, and it'll come right up some way, some form. But it's really the
yeah,
salvation of mankind.
peace.
Oh, go ahead, Mika.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late, so I just want to say, yeah, I like having conversations like this, and the topic on, the history side. That's my favorite part. Yeah, I like learning about how people, you know, how they lived back then and all of that. And I think y'all should do more lives like this. And that guy that's talking, he need to get in class or something. One of those sessions, because it seems like he got a lot. He got to, he want to
No,
say,
that's cool. That's cool. But the
yeah,
history side is nice to talk about. That's what we kind of been
yeah,
talking about lately to straighten out that old Egypt from the South stuff. We got to
right.
talk about the boots on the ground.
Right. So if we have more channel like these, like education channel, I think more people would get out of the entertainment part, and maybe they have something to go to. But because there's more entertainment out here, so that's where I think people more go to. So
Yeah, yeah, I think you're right. And I the way I look at it is entertainment is fine in and of itself because we need it. Just like we need like for example, when you fix your meal is supposed to consist of a certain percentage of fat, a certain percentage of carbohydrate, a certain percentage of protein, whatever. So you don't want to have a plate that's 90% junk and only 10% healthy. Or I shouldn't call it junk, but you don't want 90% bad fats and then 10% of the good stuff, the other stuff. Vegetables and proteins only making up 10%. So it's not that fat is not necessary and a beneficial thing on its own, but it needs to be put in its place. And so that's how I see these different, well, I call it circus community at large, but the different platforms. Entertainment is fine, but it needs to be put in its proper percentage bracket and its proper place. That's really what I keep advocating. It's not that we need to get rid of it, throw it in the trash, or never have fun and all this other
yeah,
kind of stuff. We should have fun.
of course I hear you always say that, and yeah, I feel that. I mean, other people that want to have fun, like you said. So I always heard you said that, and I'm like, let people have their little fun, but just know the difference. Know the difference of what you're looking at, or what just know the difference.
Well, see, I'm looking at the bigger picture. Like I said, that's what I'm saying. Fun by itself, that's perfectly okay. But when you step back and look at the bigger picture, okay, put it this way. All right, I'm gonna give you this example, Mika, and then I'm definitely gonna wrap it up. Okay, let's say we got. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, or let's just say we got 10 YouTube channels, and 9 of them are ran in a way where it's just entertainment. It's just people having fun, and only one is dealing with important, complex, serious intellectual conversations. That takes paying attention, taking notes, and all that stuff. Right. So we got one of those and 9 having fun. So having fun in of itself is cool, but in that scenario I just gave you, there's something wrong. It's lopsided because there's too much time, energy, and resources put into having fun versus advancing, building on, expanding knowledge. That could be used as a resource for the practical reasons, utility, everything like that. So all I'm saying is that we need to balance it out better and rearrange it. And so yes, let people have fun, but not at the expense of us not going anywhere because we're having too much of it.
I
And
hear you always say that. I'm like, but you don't know what other people is. You don't know. You keep saying not
what
at
it,
other people expense, but you don't know what other people expense is. I'm just saying.
Hold on,
no, I'm
but
saying as a no, wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait, wait,
no.
wait, 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 wait,
Go
wait. No,
ahead.
no, 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 no. Hold on, hold on, hold on. What I'm saying, all right, let me do it this way because you said I don't know, and I'm not claiming to know what's in everybody's mind. I'm looking at it from a larger point of view. So let me do it this way. Let's take a school. Like your daughters are out of or beyond high school now, right? You don't have any children still in high school, do you?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay, one. All right, but all of them went through high school though. So let's just look at it that way. Now, would you send? And I'm just gonna ask you this: would you send your children to a school? Now, the average student spends about 7 hours in school per day on a school day. Would you send your child to a school that had 6 of those hours at recess, playing in the playground at recess, and only 1 hour in the classroom?
No.
Okay, so that is my exact point. All I'm
Yeah.
saying, but see now if you did it now, but let me check it. Now let's say you wouldn't. Let's say you refuse to put your child in a school like that, but then you have the next parent that don't mind and put their children in that school. And so what I'm saying is that you would look at it like, wait a minute, you're doing so cool because that's your choice, but yet it is at the expense of the advancement of your child's education, though.
But
Like you could
okay,
do
check
it,
it out.
but
But
it's at the
out.
expense.
But it's what's out there. You can't. It's not that many out there. So how could you be like, okay, it's a detrimental to other people when it's what's out there already? It's like how many educational channels you know that people want have on YouTube that they can watch. Now all of them is educational too, because they be giving pseudo information. That don't mean that's educational, but they try to play it off like that. But how many of them is out here on the YouTube streets that people could go to?
No, you're helping me make my point. See, you're helping me make my point. What I'm saying is that these channels need to become that. That's what I'm saying. They need help to become that or become it on their own or whatever the case is. I'm saying the dynamic has to change. Just like the school scenario I gave you. If a school spent 6 hours, made children spend 6 hours at recess and only 1 hour at class, then it's up to the parents to try to help make the school different and say, wait a minute, school, y'all gonna have to switch some stuff up. Y'all gonna have to expand that classroom time and shorten the recess time. But you have to make it happen. You can't just if it's not like that and just twiddle your thumbs and then be like, oh well, we just gotta give up. No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm advocating it. I'm encouraging and suggesting that people see this as a larger dynamic and be like, all right, well, wait a minute. We need more educational YouTube channels. If people want to have fun, hey, that's cool. But let's balance it out more. I'm not saying the people who are already doing entertainment have to drop what they're doing and stop. I'm saying, okay, fine. If channel 1, 2, and 3 is entertainment, then let's build 3 more channels, 4, 5, and 6 that's entertainment. That way it'd be balanced. I'm not saying that the 3 have to give it up. That's what I'm saying. So that's what has to happen. See, everybody's in fear of somebody messing up somebody's pockets or messing up somebody else, what they already got going on. No, it's not even about that. You know, there's channels there's a whole bunch of channels on YouTube, comedian channels and stuff like that. Like I said, movies, same way. You go to a movie that's science fiction or a comedy, you already know what to expect. It's properly labeled. It's a comedy. I'm going to a comedy. I'm not going to go to this comedy or science fiction and expect the real deal, like literally real life. No. But if you go to a documentary that says based on a true story, whatever, now you're gonna be like, okay, let me see what happened. Like a historical movie that's based on real life. It's the difference, and we need to know the difference. So that's all.
I just want to say this part. I'm one of those on the other end, like, yo, I can't stop researching. Like, I can't stop reading. I can't stop either watching video about education and taking notes, whether it's the SAR channel or this channel, especially when there's some type of Freestyle Friday or like the Wednesday joint. Like, I can't. Like, it's just like, this is fun to me. I can't differentiate between, like, I don't watch Martin. I don't watch, stuff that people normally do. Like, this is, I can stay and I can do this all day. Like, it's super fun to me. So I need to find the other balance. Like, I need to find, like, right? Because it's no, matter of fact, even when I watch comedy, it has to be on the edge. It has to be like a Dave Chappelle, like where it's really witty or something like that. So there's certain people, I guess I'm kind of strange like that, but man, it's hard for me to just. I don't like going to parties. Like, this is fun to me. Like, this is life. That's just. I just wanted to say that.
Nah, people can have fun. And be educated, have fun. Like even the other night when I was addressing Chief X, I had tried to have a little fun, doing it, imitating Chief X because he mispronounced my name and all the other kind of stuff. So there's ways to do. We can have fun learning. What I advocate for these years is in the bigger picture, not sitting looking at one particular channel, but let's take a survey of the whole climate. It's lopsided. The same way like movies. Like right now, okay, look at all the movies that are presently in the movie theaters right now, and look at the genres of all of them. It's lopsided. Like there's certain points of time where there's nothing but comedies, and you're like, man, where are the nice science fiction? You be looking for a Marvel movie to come out, and then sometimes it'd be so many Marvel movies. You're like, God dang, man, So it'd be a saturation of certain things instead of a nice, properly blend. Same thing with food. I mean, I gave the food example. I gave the school example. If all you eat is a bunch of sugary foods, you're gonna have a negative consequence to that. You know what I'm saying? So if we play too much, there's a negative consequence to that. That's all I'm saying. And we've been playing for 10 years, boy.
My bad. Michael, what did you say? You said something that was gonna bother me if I ask you. You said
it's Mika. He said Micah.
Oh, Mika. My bad. Mika. What did you say? You said I need to do what? I need to go on what? Like I need to do.
No,
you
I
said
no. They have sessions where they have conversations. So I said he needs to be in one of those sessions because it seems like you got a lot of questions you want to ask or whatever.
That might be on Facebook or something, right?
Like we have sessions on Saturdays where we used to have the classes. I used to have classes on Saturday. I moved the class to another day, but then we just have build sessions on Saturdays. And so we did with top people come with their call it BYOB, bring your own BYOT, bring your own topic, and then
Where is that at though? Like on
build on. No, well, it extends from Facebook, like anybody in touch on Facebook
You
and
got to take the
Facebook
class
Messenger.
first.
oh, okay.
I
Gotcha.
can't put the class where you could
I'm
take
supposed to have been
the.
taking the
Well,
class for years. So
yeah, man, this guy's supposed to sign up like
I'm supposed
15,
to be
15
taking
years
the class
15
for
years
years.
ago. 15 years ago.
You
But
can't
no,
do anything. Take the
we're
class
gonna turn
first.
up. No, well, that's how it ended. That's how it grew, cause it wasn't like something that was pre-planned and then boom, we started doing it. It became an extension of of class groups, which is how it even started. So, but see, that's why I'm going live more often so that we can have these conversations live and people can benefit from it, chime in and share or come with some information, correct something, or they feel like they got something, then hey, bring it.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what it
that's a
is.
good idea too, because there's a lot of people out there that want, information and they're getting the wrong information somewhere else, and they need somewhere where they could get, the right one. So you
Yep.
need.
I mean, and I know how far to take it based on people, because certain things people have to know things to understand, and you definitely don't want to confuse people if you know that that's going to be the result. So like no chemist is gonna come to a room full of people and just start talking about molecular bonds and convalescent bonds and all the deep down technical aspects of it, because they're gonna they're gonna have to see that people have something under their belt first before they get into that kind of stuff. So people who know better, they're gonna start where things are and then talk about it accordingly. So that's how I deal with stuff even live. But in a closed session, it's more it's the I can gauge the
Controlled.
temperature that.
No, it's more controlled.
Well, no, not control. I wouldn't use that word. I would say it's more
Structure.
structured is one, but it's more analyzable. Like I can tell where everybody is in that environment, as opposed to having 50 people watching, that half of them not even engaging in the conversation in the chat or the panel, and then you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So there's too many unknown variables in that situation. And plus, I don't know where everybody's at, because if like I just mentioned, listen, I just mentioned that the duat is subconscious. People could run with that and be like, "Oh man, Wajaro was nuts. He said the duat is subconscious." But when I look at the glyphs on the wall, the duat, the Egyptians really thought that was a real place, because I see people farming and I see people picking, fruits and vegetables and fishing in the duat. What are you talking about? It's the subconscious. Can't nobody fish in somebody's subconscious, you know. I'm like, God dang, boy, you don't. You got to start from the beginning, you know. But wait till we get, I these conversations. There's a whole lot to talk about. There's
Right.
conversations that I mentioned I want to have, but I've never had them because people don't,
This.
You want to
I
talk
heard
you
about the
know.
cats?
Nah, I just told you that Cat Scan Association, man. You went out there on that one, boy. Because CAT
Hey,
scan
listen.
is a
Okay.
computer. It means computer tomography. It's CT scan. We just pronounce it cat. It's not had nothing to do with a cat.
No, I'm not saying it's directly related to that, right? And so that's why I
No,
said something.
nor indirect. It ain't no. There's no relation.
Okay. So do you said the ancestors do interfere or can interfere with this so-called physical realm? So would you say that maybe that so-called coincidence is them intervening?
No, the way the ancestors affect our lives is through our memory of them and their identity.
Yeah.
That's it. It's if we had to choose one word, it's called influence. Where
Hmm.
your close relatives will have an impactful influence on your life, even though they're no longer with you, because you remember them and you remember what they represent to you. Like my grandfather, I'm gonna tell you, my grandfather, all my life, my grandfather was like Superman. I thought nothing could happen to that man. And then as I got older, and obviously he got older, I went to visit him in the hospital. And I'm gonna tell y'all, I saw him. He was in the he had the IV on him, and all that. He was totally conscious and all that good stuff. So I won't paint a bad picture, but that was my first time ever seeing him vulnerable. And do you understand? I forgot exactly how old I was, but that moment I almost passed out in the hospital. I got so nauseous, and the room started getting black. I had to run out the room, go to the water fountain, and the whole nine. And it took me a while to even go back in the room because I never saw him that way. He was like Superman. Like he was the man. That's my mother's father. I'm like, what? And that hit me. That hit me so hard. And so I'm saying that to say that a person's identity or the attributes that around them that you store in your mind becomes the influence. So like my grandfather influences me to this very day. And so that's how ancestors affected, because I remember him. I remember what he represents. I remember all the things he did and my experiences with him.
And that's kind of like what I'm saying. That's the same thing I'm saying. You know what I find funny? I find it funny that everybody in this chat can laugh and drop all this stuff, but they can't get on the panel and say anything, right? But they can just agree and just be and follow everything that you say, but they can't get on the panel and say it.
Everything.
Right. I don't care about anybody laughing. I feel strong about what I said, whether I can relate it or articulate it so that you can understand it or not. Like, we're not going to agree on everything, and that's okay. That's cool. And I'm not saying, hey, they did this intentionally. I'm saying there is some things in this world, a lot of things in this world that you can't necessarily explain, but you see that, okay, you'll say cats don't rub against you. You say they only want something to eat. Okay, fine. But
no, wait. That's no. I said cats rub up against you for there's a couple of reasons, but none of them is to scan you like a CT scan.
How do we know that? You can't ask a cat.
Because we could but even if a cat could talk, they could lie. You know by observation. Like right now, I don't know. So you said
lions lie?
No. What I'm saying, if cats could talk, we have a representation of an animal that could talk, which are humans. Humans can lie. So it's not about what a cat would say, it's about what they do. Cats do not scan you. If you like I said, I've been around cats all my life. I've had cats all my life. I don't have a cat presently, but prior to recently, man, I had cats all my life. And a cat will rub up against you, a domesticated one. But you get them alley cats, they'll run from you, or any other cat, they'll run from you. They ain't trying to rub up against you or nothing. So that kind of goes, that hypothesis go out the window right there. But the ones that domesticate and your pets and stuff, they will rub up against you. If they get comfortable, they'll start kneading you, what's called kneading you, or kneading something to soften up the area to lay down, or they want something. They want you to they want you to pet them, or they're gonna want some food, and that's it. They're not gonna do that scanning you.
Some people are innately, but right, just by nature, they're more, I would say, spiritual than other people. Some people are more, some people are good in different areas, depending upon who they are and all these different things, and when they were born, and so many other different factors, right? So everything is not meant for everybody to understand, right? So some things,
but some things are not understandable. Period.
Yeah, like some things aren't understandable to some people. You're right, and they're not understandable.
I'm saying regardless. I'm saying regardless of the person, there's things that are not. Like, for example, I don't care how sensitive you are as I would say, but you say spiritual.
Yeah.
How sensitive a
Intuitive.
person is, intuitive. No human being is gonna fly on their own volition. So what I'm saying, we gotta respect the boundaries. Everything is not because of whether a certain group can and cannot do it. Some things nobody can do. Nobody can fly without, I see about it. They go Smash. Smash coming to the tail end, man. We were looking for you last night, man. Smash, what's going on?
I was in here earlier listening to y'all, but I was doing stuff for my family.
Oh, I'm talking
Yo,
about like
I ain't
last
seen
night, man.
that
Last,
Jonathan.
yeah, man.
Yo, I ain't
Last,
talked to Jonathan like since 2013, 14. What's up? Peace, bro.
nah. Hey, you muted. Something happened.
Oh, y'all can't hear me?
Okay, we hear you now. Yeah. There you go.
It's hard to hear him. Yeah, peace.
Oh, never mind. My audio messed up. Let me just listen to y'all.
Oh, nah. I'm about to. Nah, if you got anything you want to share, because I was about to kill it. I'm about to end it.
Oh,
We've been
okay.
on. We've been
Nah,
on for like 4 hours.
I was about to lay down and just listen to y'all talk. I just tapped in. It's all good.
Oh, all right. Now I was saying to you though yesterday, if you had time, that would have been real good because Chief X tried to pull some shenanigans, and I just went ahead and addressed a few things, but it involved he pulled up an old video of me and you having that discussion about Nubia and Kush and all that.
Yeah, I remember 2014.
Yeah. So I just had to straighten some stuff out. It'd have been good. I think people would enjoy kind of rehashing that that information a little bit, but we could probably do it another time.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm gonna look out for you, and maybe we could just go over it again. I addressed it based on what Chief X was saying, but just in general, we could kind of review that. I think people need to be up on that information. But
Y'all too.
man, listen, it's 4:46, man. Anytime Mika say it's too late, it's definitely late.
I would stay up
Could-
longer, but but y'all two, you and Smash should do something together too. That would be pretty cool.
Nah,
Talk
yeah, I mean
about
we talk about
I know.
Nubia,
It's only 1 o'clock, so I know y'all ready to. The sun about to come up where y'all at.
Exactly, man. It's 4. It's almost 5 o'clock, man. Let me get up off this thing before I
All
get
right.
long-winded again. All right. So I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep to everybody. I appreciate everybody tuned in. We still got people watching and whatnot. Everybody on the panel, Niwa Sarah. Yeah, man, you gotta leave those cats alone, though, man.
Man, I look, I don't even like. I'm just gonna laugh at it. It's cool. You might not understand where I'm coming from. I'm not trying to be too academic
Nah,
with
nah,
it. Again, it's just different. But anyway,
nah.
it's
I'm
cool.
just messing with you. But at least you should get some cats, and then let's revisit the conversation. Then as a matter of
All
fact,
right.
my daughter wants a cat, man, and I'm like, if I even get her a cat, it's gonna be a Bengal cat. That's like my favorite right now. If I were to get one, that's what I would get.
oh, what did that look like? Because
Oh, look
I
it
know
up,
they have
Bengal.
cats with no fur. What they call them again?
Oh,
You
nah,
know?
not those.
I thought
Those
he talking about like the striped ones, kind of.
nah,
Oh,
they're
okay.
Bengal. They're called Bengal cats, and they look like leopards. They look like leopards or cheetahs, kind of, sort of. They're really, really nice. They're expensive. It's all outdoors,
They
though,
big?
man.
Cause they got
Hmm?
some big ass cat. Are they big? Like, is they big?
Not, not like that. Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me see if I can find a picture real quick.
Yeah.
Bengal. Oh, I pull up Bengals and pull up the football team. Hold up. I might be spelling it wrong. Bengal cats. I'm probably spelling it wrong and pronouncing it wrong. Oh, nah, there it goes. Bengal. Oh, man, look at this cat. You crazy? See? That's what I'm talking
Let
about.
us see. Let us see.
Okay, I'm
All
probably
right, hold
rubbing
up.
up against somebody.
Doing a cat scan, huh?
Yeah, that cat.
Yeah, doing the cat scan. You know it.
Doing a cat scan. All right, let me show y'all a Bengal cat. Here we go, right here. Bam, there we go. Show it on the screen. There they go, right there. Look at that. So let me show you this one. See that?
And that's dope.
That's what's about. If I were to get, look at this one right here. Yeah, boy, look at that. Are you crazy? That is a nice cat. If I get a cat, that's what it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's nice. Look like a cheetah or something.
Yeah, that's what I said. They look like
Yeah.
leopards, cheetahs, or whatever. So
That's
you know
a
they
that's a certain breed.
yeah. They're expensive. See, this is a wild one, bigger. They're bigger. See, they can get big. Depends on you know what you get. See, they're different.
Wow.
But this one, what's
How
the one
much
I
do you
showed
think?
right
Look
here?
at that one with the little girl, and she's standing up. Look how big they are. Look, oh,
Oh, they got
Yeah,
black.
they can oh, look at the little shorty right there.
mm-hmm.
But anyway,
How much those cost? Like a
man, they
$1,000?
starting at around 1,500.
Wow.
I mean, you know, give or take. I mean, I haven't shopped around because I'm not going to get one anytime soon. But I know my daughter wants a cat. I was just telling her that if I were to get a cat, this is what I would be getting. I don't be messing around because my cat before, my childhood cat was an exotic cat. It was a calico Persian, which means it had 3 colors: of tan, white, and gray. And it was split, you know, in the proportion to the body, and it was nice, and it was a female cat, so it was worth a lot of money. And whatnot. There's these cats, but anyway, this is a silver Bengal cat. Anyway, so now y'all know what a Bengal cat is. None of them do CAT scans.
That looked like a doctor's office on the last spot. Cool.
But all right, so I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep, man. Appreciate everybody hanging out, and man, I'm definitely gonna get my sleep in. But all right, I'm gonna say Shimon Hotep. See y'all.
All right, y'all. Peace, everybody.
All right, peace. Hotep.
Plato said that when you go to chemist school, you became more alert. You may wake up, your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. We must know